a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because we had just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We had just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we had just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be like my favorite movie. Lifetime. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
Please, Macho Man, wrestling is not an extreme sport.
Not extreme? I'll show you extreme. I got your lip ticket. Rope toe. Avalanche.
Slim Jim, beefy, spicy. Need a little extreme excitement?
See it.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
What's incredible with Brock is that Brock went from pro wrestling to being the UFC heavyweight champion and did so with such a short amount of time of training in MMA. I mean, obviously he had a spectacular amateur wrestling career. He was a legit top flight amateur wrestler and a fucking genetic freak, all those things. But to be able to make that transition to winning the fucking world title against a guy like Randy Couture, I don't think he gets enough credit for what I think a lot of people say. Oh, he was so big and he was this and that and he did steroids and there's all these excuses. Like, you don't understand what that guy did. Like, what that guy did is nothing short of insanity. Like, no one's ever done that before. He's a monster.
He still is. He's intense, brother. I mean, last time I was around him, I was in Saudi Arabia with him. You know, he's real intense. You know, he hasn't changed a bit.
I mean, the guy he goes and fights Frank Mir, who's a former UFC heavyweight champion, you know, like right into the top of the food chain, gets leg locked, comes back and beats Frank Mir in the rematch, just beats the shit out of him. And a lot of people don't give him enough credit. And then there was a problem with the diverticulitis. So he had to get a long section of his intestine removed, I believe. Yeah. I believe it was his intestine.
Well, he eats everything that he hunts. That's the deal.
Yeah.
You know, so he's always out hunting stuff.
I mean, he came in saucy. There was no USADA back then, so you just had to pass a test on the day of the weigh-ins, which is like an IQ test. You know what's crazy, dude? I found out that slap fighting, they have to test those guys for drugs. Wouldn't you want your slap fighters on meth.
Yeah.
I want a fucking energetic slap fighter.
Oh
right?
my God.
I don't want a
You're
slap
killing me.
fighter who's fucking drinking green tea and taking creatine. I want my slap fighters drunk.
They just want their money, man.
Yeah.
Commissioners.
Yo, Hulkamaniacs! MTV's got a brand new show, The Big Show, with big videos, live music, weird acts, comedy, and a different call-in contest every night. They're giving away cash. They're giving away TVs. They're even giving away a bus trip to Cleveland. They're giving away cameras, comic books, a jet ski, and a one-night stand with the Who. They're even giving away me, or at least a night with me, at a private screening of my new movie. And on the first night of the show, they're giving away this new Harley Davidson. It's the Big Show. Live contest. The largest arms in the world. Live winners every night.
Premieres this Monday at 8 p.m. 7 Central. Only on MTV.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of There's My Volume PWT live show. We're special here on a special Friday, August 22nd. It is noon o'clock where I'm at, 12:07 p.m. We have just under an hour until SmackDown is on live from Dublin, Ireland. And here we are. Welcome to PWT, ladies and gentlemen. We made it. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks, as I get semi-adjusted here. And welcome. Let me get a yeah going. It is PWT Friday. What a special time and day for us to be on. I absolutely am so excited. I have so much to bring to the show today. And I'm feeling great. I got up at a great time, 6 o'clock on the button this morning. And I've been doing the damn thing today, man. And it's been a good one. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? Your boy Phil is in the building. And we're here to talk some graps, okay? As Mr. Iguana, I threw that in the memes folder because it's just a funny face that he made. So, guys, different time, everything. I didn't really give too much heads up on this, so I don't expect us to break records viewership-wise. But, hey, I see the chat is climbing and climbing, and the numbers are climbing and climbing. So, as you enter the show, hit like, hit subscribe, follow me on X if you're over on X. If you're on X, come over to YouTube. We blew past 7K subs on the one channel. We got 2K subs on the other channel. We blew past that. We're going to talk a lot of shit today. This is just a regular show. It's not like a wrap-up quick show or nothing. I got a little bit of everything for you guys. We're going to watch SmackDown. Hang on, watch SmackDown with you guys. You guys ready for that? It's cool. We haven't done that. I don't think we've ever watched a SmackDown together on this. So, yeah. Speaking of Irishmen, no 800 super chats, dollar super chats like JD gets. No, but if you guys want to do it, I mean, if we set the goal, we could probably smash it out, but I don't know there's no goal or nothing like that. So you guys could super chat in. You guys can become a member though for 99 cents. And then you get access to my bonus shows. I do one bonus show a week. It's usually on Mondays. This past Monday, we didn't watch Raw. I just did like an insane sicko segment and talked about the whole Travis Heckle, Jim Cornette controversy. So those are great shows as well. Of course, PWT Podcast, episode 97 came out recently with the veteran Jack Vaughn, where we played some games. We laughed at Dave Meltzer. We talked about his health, him being in the background of WWE Unreal. We talked about wrestlers and OVW and Billy Corgan and conspiracy theories. And we had a fun ass time, man. And so shout out to veteran. And also yesterday, dude, I did a show with your boy Husey. We linked up. Okay. And I know SmackDown's in Ireland. I asked him, are you there? He's like, fuck no, I'm not going. Like, it's way too expensive. SmackDown is mostly tag matches and shit. And like AAA guys, you know, he's like, I don't give a fuck. And I don't know. He has the link tonight, though. He's like, if I don't go get smashed, or I was like, I'll just throw you the link. Don't feel bad if you can't come in. So no promises. But me and Husey did link up yesterday. Go on over to his channel. Here, actually check that out. And we talked about the whole Vince Russo versus K100 beef and drama. And it was myself and Husey. And then he's like, hey, dude, Jeff Lane's going to pop on. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah, that'll be great for the show. Then he's like, Ben Hameen, as we go live, he's like, oh, Ben's in the chat. Like, should Ben come on? It's like, yeah, bring him in. So Ben pops on, and then we got what was it? Oh, yeah. Feeney he could have come on, but I think he was busy. But like there was a chance Feeney would have come on too, which would have been insane. And yeah, I had a great time. That's a great show we did. So make sure you guys go and watch that and check it out and everything. So yeah, that was awesome. So yeah, subscribe to Hughesy's channel and all that good shit. You guys can sub to my channel as well. Hit like, I think I did all the plugs, right? You guys can super chat in. You can gift memberships. That's the other one I want to say. You can gift memberships too, which is cool to do. You know what I mean? Because I've been hit up. I've been DM'd by people, not like a whole shitload, but we're talking like maybe 2. All right, it's about 2, but a couple people were like, "Hey, I caught your member show. It was fucking great. I got gifted a membership, blah, blah, blah." So that's really cool when you guys do that too. And they're only 99 cents. Okay, enough of the bibble babbling. Let's check in with chat, and then we're going to get into like all of the shit that's going on in the world of pro wrestling over the last few days. Okay, and we have a bit of everything on the docket tonight. Sickos, Dave, if we got time, you know. We got some. We got a folders filled with stuff of watch-alongs, backup shit. I got everything. Okay, and so we're gonna kick things off here with a segment that I like to call. Well, before we get into that, actually, I said I'd check in with chat, so let's do that. And then and we're just getting loosey-goosey, getting ready. This is the warm-up. This is the intro for the actual show. Chris Christman. That's one of those names like Chris Christopherson or whatever, right? Chris Christman. You were one letter away from having Chris Christmas be your name, dude, which would have got you so laid. No, member for 3 months. Thank you so much for your membership. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 2 says, who will win in a fight, Tony Khan or Elmo? In a tickle fight, Elmo's got him beat. But Tony Khan, I mean, hey, Tony Khan, you know what they say, Brian. I mean, well, you know, he's taken the Meltzer driver, actually. It's named after me. Actually, you know, except Batman. So if it was a tickle fight, Elmo's got him beat, but Tony Khan's taken a stunner he's given a stunner to Sean Spears. He's taken a stunner. Has he taken a stunner? No, he was just giving stunners to people. Yeah, so he's given a stunner. He has taken the Meltzer driver and still went to the draft in a neck brace. He's the best guy.
Best guy's Tony Khan.
And he likes Time Cop. So, and he's probably on a bunch of Adderall and caffeine. So that shit'll hit you like crack, you know? Might as well be methamphetamine. No. Savage Wrestling Podcast became a new member. Thank you so much for your goddamn membership. And Whitest Rabbit has been a member for 9 months. Amazing. I acknowledge all of you fools, all of you Fildos, Filluminati, whatever you want to
acknowledge me.
Ones in the sky for you all. And yes, absolutely amazing. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Love you guys so much. I'm just kidding. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this little warm-up segment. You guys ready? You got your coffee, you got your whatever you got going on. You guys ready? This is a warm-up segment where we travel back in time here at PWT, and it is called the Flashback Retro segment. Throwback. So Ricky Steamboat's payslip for WrestleMania 3 has been shared online. And then the article for it from Web is Jericho Mama, the page is not found. It doesn't exist. So maybe they pulled it or something, and I didn't get a pic of it. So unfortunately, that one's a dud. But if someone can track it down, You know what to do. So unseen footage. I think this was dropped on the Vault, but here's the finish from the Triple Threat WWE title match featuring Stone Cold as the referee, Cena, Angle, and JBL in Dublin, Ireland, 20 years ago and a couple months removed. Damn, it's cool to see Austin in there with like modern JBL, I guess, the wrestling god, and John Cena. Like prime and John Cena, you know? Was he prime then? I don't know. Youthful John Cena, I guess. Seasoned John Cena, but like not GOAT John Cena yet, you know? Hell yeah. God, time just flies, dude. Remember when Greg the Ham, speaking of flying, Greg the Hammer Valentine wrestled in a no ropes barbed wire match against Kendo Nagasaki in 1995. Holy shit. Yo, my guy counted. Wait, am I off or is the sound off? My guy counted like 4 fucking pin counts there. What's going on? Hold on. 2, 3, 4. Yo, the bell's ringing. My guy count to 4, dude. What's going on? The bell's ringing before the 4. He's just fucking hammering it in, dude. Oh, man, that's good shit. That's crazy. I saw that. I didn't even know that. I was like, holy fuck. Rare footage shows the person who updated Chris Benoit's Wikipedia page 14 hours before the tragedy was discovered. So, if you guys aren't familiar, right, obviously with the Chris Benoit situation, I'm sure you all are, but with the conspiracy aspect of it, right? It's a little X-Files. There's this whole Meltzer's trending right now. I can't wait to. There is this conspiracy. There's like the Chris Benoit iceberg. I'm sure you've all seen a video or two like that. And basically, Chavo is getting the weird texts and blah, 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 blah. One of the craziest, right? There's all these things. Kevin Sullivan killed him in a ritual, in a seance with a witch or whatever the fuck. But one aspect that is legit, like my conspiracy theory, I don't just dismiss all conspiracies and shit, but my conspiracy theory antenna goes off for this particular thing that hasn't really been explained. And it's cool that this footage came out. I mean, it's surrounding a sad circumstance, but what had happened at one point was the Wikipedia page was like Benoit's wife died or like he died or something the weekend that this shit happened, and it came from someone who lived in Connecticut, in Stamford or something, and everyone was like, holy shit, it's a psyop. It's a psyop, man. You know, like Vince was in on it, man. They murdered him. The Illuminati, right? And it's quite crazy, though, that this kid, like as a goof, as a troll, the weekend of, updated the Wikipedia to be like Benoit and his family were dead, blah, blah, blah. Or something along those lines, like something oddly specific to where he was brought in for questioning and stuff. And I don't know if this footage was released before. I didn't see it till now. I didn't even watch it in full. I just knew I wanted to bring it to the show. And so it's rather strange. I don't know if I've ever heard a reasonable explanation other than, well, he was just trolling and it was just one of those like 1 in a million. What are the fucking odds that, his troll was spot on, So let's check this out. And I know I butchered the details a little bit along the way, but this kid was from Connecticut. It was like the weekend of, or the day before or right before it got out to the news or some crazy shit. And he said Benoit's dead or his wife and kid are dead. And so he won't be at the show or he's missed the show. Something oddly specific before it happened. Let's take a listen.
Is he in trouble?
14 hours before anyone
I knew it. It's how he's a British guy. It's how he's an Englishman. Oh, yes. It's a top 10 wrestling. Chris Benoit was a piece of shit, bruv. The iceberg. This video is the top 3 layers. This is WrestleLamia.
Is he in trouble?
14 hours before anyone knew about the Chris Benoit tragedy, the wrestler's Wikipedia page was updated.
He posted before they found the bodies, before anybody knew anybody was. His was the only post. Yeah.
The entry stated that
Yo, so he said before we found the body?
Benoit had missed the pay-per-view due to the passing of his wife, Nancy.
I posted the message, Sunday night.
Sunday night.
Yeah.
But it's just all of this came up before they even found the bodies.
Yeah.
And you posted hours before. I mean, you can turn yourself from a prank to a suspect.
Suspicious of the timings, officers begin to question the man on his whereabouts.
Where were you Friday night?
Friday night?
Mm-hmm.
I think I was home.
Okay.
I think this is WrestlePod. Shout out WrestlePod, man. Should come on the show. That guy, I watch his shit. Some of his shit gets like big views, and then some of it gets like no views. I'm like, what's going on? Get this guy's views and subs up,
You were home all night?
Yeah.
Okay. Saturday. Run me through your day.
Saturday.
This kid Saturday. Definitely wasn't killing anyone. Imagine if someone asked you, what were you doing Saturday? Saturday. Saturday, you said? Saturday, right? How's that your response? You're guilty. No.
I think I was just really home.
Gotta make sure.
I think I was just at home. I definitely wasn't. How did he know? That's what's crazy. To me, that's some crazy shit. I definitely get perked up from this one. It's like, and his answers?
He wasn't in charge. You've caused a big frenzy.
Yeah.
So this cop just laughed and said, so he wasn't in Georgia. Then they start laughing. Okay.
Right.
Having ruled the man out of being present during the incident, questions remain over the very strange coincidence of where he actually was.
And what I was thinking, because he's from Stanford, there might have been a concern that he had some connection.
Well, I'm sure there was some of that.
He actually lived around the corner.
It's revealed that the man lives around the corner from the WWE HQ.
It was me, Austin. I'm sorry.
And I have no connection whatsoever to WWE. And
I gotta ask, why did you post it on Wikipedia?
It was just a stupid thing. I can't really explain. It was just, I was just hearing things that they're Benoit saying the strong they were sick or something. And
what? Bro, that is the worst. This guy sounds like a liar. It makes me feel like he does have, I want to believe maybe he had something to do with it or something, or he was told to put it out there to have people talking about that, and instead of looking at something that maybe was I want to dig deeper, but usually it's the simplest answer is true. And he just put up a troll post, but the way he's just I live around the corner, but
liar! Tell us what you know,
dude.
you goddamn liar!
I added my own true speculation.
He said they were sick. When? How did? Why isn't the cop how do you know he said they were sick, bro? What the fuck? He did. Who did he tell that to? People he works with, or he said it on TV? When did Benoit ever say my family's sick and this guy would have heard about it?
Never did I expect that to actually be the case. The next night when I got home from work, then I saw the picture of Benoit. Are you serious? I was in total disbelief. That was just such a huge coincidence.
Do you follow him much on the WWE?
Like, he was one of my favorite wrestlers.
It's one of his favorite wrestlers. You're guilty. This kid retrial. Holy shit. No, I'm joking, man. He just trolled. It was just a 1 in a million. What are the odds? How did you win the lottery? You know, that's all it is. So
like I follow, like, you know, watch his matches and stuff.
If you cooperate, give us a computer. I don't have to do a search warrant for it, and we'll get a forensic examination of it for Georgia. We're all set. So we're concluding 1402, and we're going to head over to your house. Okay.
After questioning, the man was cleared of any wrongdoing and found to have no involvement in the Chris Benoit incident.
And by the way, fuck Hulk Hogan. Wait, what is this supposed to insinuate? Like his hand was around? I don't fucking know. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Flashback Conspiracy Friday. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that bit there. Okay, let's move along. Why is Meltzer trending? It's just because me and other people probably, though, like because here, like obviously other people, that's how you get trending, but it's got, exactly. When you look it up, it's just like, I'm talking shit. I just woke up and chose violence against Meltzer today, guys, so I think it's got some of my tweets in there. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Licked off like 5 to 10 about him, I bet, if you went and counted. But it's in the sweet spot, like 7 Meltzer tweets today. Yeah, it's just people shitting on him. Okay, of course. Why else would he be trending? It's not like he broke any fucking real news or anything. Okay, let's get into what's our next segment, chat. What's our next segment? What is our next segment? Let's see. I guess we'll just do, what do we have? We don't have any TNA news. There's nothing really, just Ace Austin, but we talked about that last show, so he's in AEW now anyways. So, we'll head on over to miscellaneous news. I will check in with chat, though. So guys, make sure you come on over to the Clips channel and hit like and subscribe and all that good shit. Running up to 100, or I'm sure George Capture, if he's here today, he's gonna have a fucking I see you there. You're gonna have a aneurysm if we don't. And show you guys out. And also check out my other channel, Phil Marks Out. I have more subs than that and new videos on there too, but that's where I talk about pop culture and shit like that. Let me check in with chat here. George Capture gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips So 5 of you haters, if you were gifted a membership, you fucking come and make sure you hit subscribe if you haven't. Thank you, George Capture. That is spectacular, guys. You can gift memberships. Become a member for 99 cents. You get access to my Monday bonus shows. And you guys already know I'm live Saturdays and Wednesdays, but today we had to go Friday. And so everybody, one's up for George Capture, man, for gifting those shits.
Acknowledge me.
What else are people saying here? LMAO on that Rock and Wrestling graphic. How many are still living? Yeah, I've seen that a couple times. The White Rabbits. Whitest Rabbit. Dude killed the crap out of his family. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. It's just the way you worded it. There's no way Benoit could have hung him. Okay, come on. We're fucking YouTube early in the day. Guys, it's a government cover-up. Benoit did. I don't know. Why don't you tell me who killed him? It was me, Jesse. Yeah. He refused to put over Punk. What's up, Lincoln Hawk in the chat? Okay, let's get into some miscellaneous news here before I throw my fucking voice out doing Vince.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Just to throw out my voice trying to do Vince. No, never. I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there. Just announced the time splitter. Kushida takes on Austin Aries, who leaves the broadcast booth for his first MLW match since 2019. That's fucking cool. Austin Aries versus Kushida. Hopefully Aries does business the correct way. Here's Dana White. He goes off on Power Slap and how AEW and WWE wrestlers can go and make real money power slapping. Let me just tell you something before he fucking says any of this.
Exactly, no pop.
Dana is known, like, he will just talk a lot of shit, okay? And I'm a fan of Dana White, I'm not going to lie, but you are not going to make more money doing Power Slap 3 times a year than you are on like a pre-salary level in AEW or on like a NIL deal or NXT contract. If you're able to maybe slap and win 4 times in a row in 1 year, maybe, okay, you might have a better year than someone in NXT in Power Slap. He's paying coke addicts 10 and 10 to fucking at the most, right? I don't know if all of the payouts have been disclosed. Some of them are like people were getting like 2 and 2 to slap in Power Slap. Okay, 2 to show, 2 to win, grand. From what I've heard, maybe that's lowballing it, and that's just people hating. But that's what's floating around. People getting like 4 and 4, and imagine you win. Okay, let's say you eat 3 slaps to win. How many times can you slap fight in 1 year? It's ridiculous for what Dana's about to say, but it is he is right about the fact about the other aspect. So I'll give him this. He's right about the fact that he's like, some of these wrestlers will fucking do AEW and WWE is what he says, and they'll jump off ladders. You guys will hear him say it. Now, what he means to say is like some of these indie wrestlers, Mickey Knuckles, will light a guy on fire and land through a bunch of glass tubes for $50 a night. Maybe it's sorry for calling out Mickey Knuckles, but hey, what are you going to do? Indie people is what he's talking about for the most part, not AEW, WWE level wrestlers. There's no way you're making more in Power Slap. Let's hear what he has to say, and maybe I'll dissect it further. And shout out Cutler Cast, Jay Cutler, and Dana White.
Is it something like you're an amateur and you have to? How do you determine who comes on? Is there a ranking? So
and also, chat, I like obviously we covered. Oh, they're gonna prey on wrestlers and shit, and they did the Power Slap house and Hollywood Haley J Power Slapped and KO'd a bitch, and there we covered last week. There was some Asian independent wrestler. Sorry, I'm forgetting her name, and she's a lovely female and she did a Power Slap on like a punching bag in her wrestling gear and was like, yeah, I'm fucking Power Slap ready and shit. And there's all these indie wrestlers getting into it. They're gonna make good paydays and shit. But I called it out early. I was like, what's to stop them from giving Braun Strowman $100K to fucking slap fight a guy? You know, like, where's the limit to this? And they're going to start preying on pro wrestlers. Like, for sure, a bunch of wrestlers are going to get into this. And Dana just says it right here. He's just eyeing them up. He's eyeing up. And then Shotzi confirmed she was offered a Power Slap thing. Now, this was like right after her release. So did they see she was released from WWE, or is Dana already snooping around WWE people who aren't on TV all the time and shit? That's what I'm curious about, man.
So think about this. So when we bought the UFC, right? The UFC wasn't the biggest. It was the most well-known, but it wasn't the biggest. There was Pride out there in Japan and tons of other competitors here in the United States. So there was already a steady flow of talent out there. With Power Slap, there are some knockoff leagues. There's one down in Brazil.
Knockoff leagues. Dana knocked the whole fucking sport off from some drunk dudes sitting at a keg in fucking Poland. Holy shit.
Here in the U.S.,
This motherfucker said once, right? And shout out Dana, okay? But I just got to keep it real here. Dana said once that Power Slap gets more impressions and more social media views and shit than and has more follows and shit than every sport combined. FIFA, MLB, NFL combined. What are you fucking talking about? What are you, high on meth? They're on Rumble, and Rumble's all like fake views. Everybody's like, this shit's fake, and the payouts aren't, like what they aren't as they appear and shit like that when it comes to Rumble. So I don't know, man. I just don't trust this shit.
It started in Russia and Poland. I think there's one in South Africa too. But to have a steady flow of competitors coming through, we now started running guys through combines over at the PI.
And I never give a promoter shit for promoting the game. Like, I don't care. He's going to promote and say, yeah, we got them. I don't care. But it's just like, I'm going to call it out when it's a lie too. And then he just said, we have guys slapping, like we're developing them. Tony Khan doesn't even develop fucking wrestlers. This guy's developing power slappers at the Performance Institute, taking up space from their fucking bloated UFC roster. And there's half the fucking roster could spend more time in the PI. And he's got power slappers in there taking up space. And, oh, yeah, we're measuring. Like, guys, you figured out the fucking technique. There's one power slap technique. It's figured out. The only difference is like, oh, here's a big fat guy who can deal more damage because he weighs 600 pounds. That's the only other thing that could be a factor in this sport, quote unquote.
And for instance, there's a bunch of people out there that want to get into the AEW or the WWE, right? And these guys.
You said AEW first. How crazy is that?
This will fucking jump off a ladder onto a table full of tacks for $50 a night. You can come into Power Slap and make a shitload of money. You know what I mean?
I don't know about a shitload, dog. I don't know about a shitload. Now, maybe someone like Hollywood Haley J can say, well, I was the star of a Netflix show and here's my rate and for wrestling. So since it's a shoot where I might actually get knocked out, double my rate and I'll sign a deal or whatever. Okay, maybe she might make more, or it's only going to get worse, though. Like, we're going to see someone leave WWE, or we're going to see Braun Strowman. I keep throwing it out there because I don't know if he'd do it, but he's from, like, the old fucking – he's a farm boy. Like, I don't know if he might do it. He might actually do it. He's a fucking strongman. Like, I keep throwing it out there. What's to stop them from giving that guy like $100K flat, win or lose? You just got to slap in our super heavyweight, and then maybe it brings some more eyeballs. It's going to get to a point where someone with a name that we know, Paige Van Zant's even done it, but someone with a name that we know is going to fucking leave WWE or AEW and do a slap fight. And we're going to be like, holy shit, that's crazy.
And these guys are all tough guys, big guys. So we're looking at these guys that wanted to be professional wrestlers and a lot of other athletes around the world that didn't become professional athletes to come into Power Slam.
So you incentivize them. So the money obviously is building, okay, which there's a lot more than
there's real money in this. Yeah.
It's with sponsors. You have like, over 30 sponsors with the event, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, no, this thing's for most of these. So when you start a business like this, the problem is money. You got to have money to put. Money is not a problem for us. The problem for us is finding a steady flow of talented guys that can come through. So any big guys out there, if you're a bodybuilder or you're trying to be a pro wrestler or any of that shit, whatever your dream is, you can literally come into this. And
it started as like, we're serious,
make some real money.
Like we got, when this slap fight thing started as well, he's like, we're serious. These are slap fighters. There's a bunch around the world. He thought all the guys who were doing this in these other leagues were all going to be like, well, we're just joining Power Slap now. No, dude, that ain't how it fucking works. And now he's just admitting like, it's a freak show. Like we need bodybuilders, pro wrestlers. We want 7-foot dudes. We want the one-legged man. We want the fucking right. That's what he's looking for. He just wants it to be a crazy carny freak show. And I mean, that's cool. We're going to see someone with a name where we're like, oh shit, slap fight one of these days. I'm telling you, because he's going to go out of his way to like seek someone out. Now he wants people to come to him, but this just reeks of desperation. Dana started teaming up with like OF models and shit to promote power. So that's desperation, you know? Speaking of desperation, Big Vito LaGrasso got super mad at Bret the Hitman Hart here. So Bret Hart, we covered it on the show. He said, pardon me, chat. He said that he didn't feel appreciated by WWE after they invited him to SummerSlam because they didn't have any seats for him. We covered that, right? And so Big Vito LaGrasso is like, enough. How long can we hear you, bitch? That's all you do now. You were looked up to as a great wrestler, technician, a guy I modeled my wrestling after. I was so proud to wrestle you, be in the same company as you. But this, years of just complaining, years of bitching and moaning. You have every right to be pissed off about things, but it's time to stop. Who the hell wants to hear it anymore? It's Goldberg, it's Hogan, it's Vince. Who else can we complain about? You get paid to appear and you still bitch. Kevin Nash got a seat. Well, according to him, he didn't get a seat. I think I just threw up. You have become someone that people can't stand listening to anymore. I looked up to you in this business. I was there the night you got hit. Shit, there have been many whose careers stopped because of injury. Some who might have been better than you. Yeah, come on now. Oh, come on now. Better than Bret? Come on now. Yeah, better. Concussions and broken necks. And boots to the chest, and cinder blocks tied to the feet for long sleeps at the bottom of the river. A pair of cement pajamas in a rose garden. You catch my drift? Keep the canola. People losing limbs, people that have died, and you don't even let them die in peace. I got plenty of beefs. I say it once and that's it. I make my point, but bitching with money in the bank, you're treated like royalty and you treat people like shit. You still get paid by the WWE and you're still complaining. Now go and get your fucking shine box. No. How about this? Take your ball and go the fuck home. It's been said. Finally, someone has spoken. It's me. Now we give a miserable day the best there was at bitching, the best there ever will be at bitching. And one last thing, the best there ever will be at bitching. He said the best there ever will be twice, but hey, now he's cutting a promo. The dawn has spoken. And then he tags everybody in it, hoping they'll write stories. So, yeah, he went off, man. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Bret's still bitter Bret. He's always going to be. And that's why I don't think, like, even when Cody Rhodes and some of these people bring up, like, hey, was the Montreal screw job a work and all this shit? Bret's still bitching to this day. He's still mad about it. Like, the only person who got worked was Bret, and that's, I think, hurt his ego and everything more than ever. But like everyone would feel betrayed, but he's just always going to bury everyone. And he's been an old man shaking his fist at the clouds for a long ass time. Speaking of shaking your fist, Hiromu Takahashi attempted to earn the World Guinness record for most time zipping up and down a trouser crotch zipper in 30 seconds. They could have just called me. I'd have set this record. Go. I think I set this record when I was 13. Oh, I'm over here now. So here's, Takahashi just trying to set this record, and he fails miserably. I swear, I don't usually finish that fast. I swear. It's usually more than that. Usually there's more. That is fucking funny. So moving along here. Hulk Hogan's death may have been caused by medical malpractice, ladies and gentlemen. The man cannot rest. That's how you know he's the most over man in the business. Because the man can't even fucking rest without people just conspiracy theorizing. You know, Just this, that, and the third, man. Just talking about his will, his wife, his money, his beliefs, his fucking, it's sad, but we're going to talk about it. So a new report from TMZ Sports has suggested that the recent death of Hulk Hogan may have been the result of medical malpractice. According to sources connected to the case, the report alleges that an occupational therapist present at Hogan's home when he stopped breathing told responding police officers that a surgeon had severed Hogan's phrenic nerve during a recent operation, which may have led to his death. The phrenic nerve is critical for stimulating the diaphragm, which controls breathing. Fuck, dude. And it was revealed he was like supposed to get another neck surgery or something too. This is what it is. You just can't get so many surgeries. Unfortunately, he had so many. And everybody's theorizing like this could be the cause. This could be the cause. Dude, if you get on a plane, like it's a wonder that more plane crashes don't fucking happen and shit like that. If you really think about it, it's a wonder more like crazy car accidents, and they happen all the time, but it's like crazy that more don't happen, And when you go and have surgery, dude, like, in the 20s of times, each one takes years off your life and could be the one that fucks you up. And it's sad that people are still theorizing and speculating on it and shit, but it is what it is, man. So these new details appear to corroborate the concerns recently voiced by Hogan's daughter, Brooke Hogan, on her Instagram account. In a series of posts, Brooke stated that she has received legit calls from professionals who were with her father on the day he died. I've 100% gotten legit calls from professionals, from police officers to nurses, that were supposedly with my dad on the day of his death, telling me I need to see body cam footage and I need to get a hold of the 911 tapes because they supposedly contain information that could potentially shed enough light to change the narrative, she wrote. Brooke also expressed her frustration and powerlessness over the situation, explaining that she has no legal say in any of the post-mortem decisions. The short of it is, it's all up to my dad's wife and I have zero control. She wrote, I cannot do anything. My hands are tied and I have no say in anything regarding my dad, even as his daughter. She concluded her statement by asking the public and media to stop contacting her for information, as she is not in a position to provide any answers. Right, Brooke, you keep throwing shit out there, though, so they're going to keep contacting you, I'll just say this. Yeah, so we see here. Autopsy performed on Hogan. Wife confirms nerve was compromised. So she confirmed it. His wife did. So they fucked up, And again, they're like malpractice. Right. And I'm not one of these guys to defend these fucking insurance companies and these shitty fucking, especially in America, dude. I'm not one to sit here and be like, oh, I have it so good. So I'm not one to, but when you go under the knife that many times, it's like, is it, how much of, is it malpractice, or is that a doctor who's done surgery successfully on him multiple times? And then this one's like, fuck up, like an off day. And I get it, like a doctor, a surgeon can't have a fucking off day. And I'm not saying like, anytime a surgeon fucks up, it's just an off day, give him I'm not saying that, but it's like, you're 70, he's had how many surgeries? It is so incredibly unfortunate. Why do we need to know this? That's all. Just because people are snooping, and I'm no better. I'm bringing it to the show. Shame me, chat. For shame, Phil. Shame me, chat. I deserve it too, because I'm shedding light on it as well, shining light on it as well, rather. But let's move along. Okay, so Braun Strowman reveals what's next for him after his WWE departure. Power slap. Hey, chat. He says he's not ruling out an in-ring return, but he's going to focus on family relationships and other passion projects. He's also going to be announcing a tequila partnership. Sweet. Tequila. Here's the thing. He should power slap. No, I'm so on that fucking horse. Dana's going to start reaching out to some of these guys. And Braun, if he just saw a picture of Braun, he'd be like, yes. And Braun's a farm boy, so he ain't no joke. I think he could slap the shit out of a motherfucker, But anyways, Braun's got an NBC show coming up. He's doing this tequila thing. And if you're like a Tony Khan, and chat can let me know if you're in the comments hearing this in a clip, you can let me know. Do you sign up a Braun? Would he even know what to do with Braun? What do you do with Braun? Who does Braun have a match against? Do you go, hey, we'll sign Braun, have him destroy like everyone in AEW, and then sign Goldberg and have them do a one-off where Braun can lose to Goldberg and then Braun can fucking leave after two, and we just try and like stir up interest and do a big money match that doesn't really hurt AEW, but then when they both go away, our ratings are going to fucking go down. But if booked correctly, maybe we could do like a huge thing for Goldberg or something, you know? Some people would be like, oh, come on, Phil, like Goldberg's going to get him up for a jackhammer. I know, but I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Like, how do we get people watching AEW? It's pro wrestling here. Let's circus this shit up a bit. You know what I mean? Like, let's get these. I don't know what else to do. I'm just throwing shit out there. It might be bad shit, but that's where we are fucking at this point with AEW, right? So I'm just throwing out there, like, what do you do? Would you sign a Braun? Where does he wrestle? TNA? Everyone just says, go to TNA, go to TNA. I don't know if they have quite the money he'd be looking for to spend on him when they could be spending it on other people. Like, his knees are fucking shot, you know? Anyways, let's hear what he has to say.
All right, what's going on, everybody? It's time to address the elephant in the room. That being me. And the question that everybody wants to know, Adam, what's next? It's no secret, the last decade plus of my life, I've traveled around the world getting hit in the head and kicked and slammed and punched and vice versa to other people and smashing cars and everything else in between. And it's been an absolute amazing ride. Not saying that I'm not going to get back in the ring and whip somebody's ass, because we all know I can. But it's an opportunity for me to try some new stuff, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to rekindling relationships with family and friends that I've missed out on, and things that, you know, you just don't get to do while you're on the road because it's so busy. I'm looking for real, organic things and passions and experiences. And while I've been so blessed to be able to travel the world and get to sample the finer things in life, now is an opportunity to do even more. And with my passion and my exciting new television show coming out in the food space, talking about food, trying food.
Fuck yeah, dude. It's a food show? That's awesome.
Cars, you know, my passion for that. My passion for spirits as well.
So cars and food. So diners, drive-ins, and dives, you son of a bitch. No, I'm just joking.
Well, I've really, really learned that
Hotel shows. That's what those are, dude. You go to a fucking hotel, diners, drive-ins, and dives. That shit's on all night, 24/7. You know?
Like tequila. Not just any tequila.
Tequila. Dun, 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 dun.
I'm talking real
Dun,
good.
dun, dun, dun,
Talking
dun.
organic. No additives. Something that just dances on your palate, makes you come back for more, saying thank you. I found one. After I asked many, many people to send me suggestions, I found one that, well, reminds me of me. They're hardworking. They believe in themselves. They don't cut corners. And they're not full of shit.
Okay, now I'm not getting paid to play your fucking tequila ad there, bud. No. So the Raven Effect. And he says, these are the first 3 screenings of my documentary. We've lined up, see posters. We're also working on Baltimore, New Jersey, Phoenix, Atlanta, and a bunch of more cities. Plus, we'll be releasing it on stream and Blu-ray, DVD, and have the dates for that in the next month or so. Nevermore, the Raven Effect. Hell yeah, man. I would love to check this out, and I will if I can get my hands on it. People, if you guys make documentaries and you're like, we're trying to blow this shit up and get eyeballs and shit, send me screeners of shit. I will fucking promote the fuck out of stuff. I already am right now, so let's go. Shout out the Raven Effect and Raven. So Wrestling News Co. Harvey was told that Hulk Hogan was not cremated and an autopsy has been done. Sky Daily confirmed that Hogan's pre-ignorant. We covered that shit. Jesus Christ. So Eric Bischoff announces a new wrestling promotion. Well, he already did announce it. We already know. But like the Real American Freestyle will have a weekly TV show, dude. So how crazy is that? And what if he does better numbers than like Collision?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
That'd be fucking funny. SmackDown's on in like 3 minutes. So Tahine Tonga, speaking of power slap, she says first Polynesian female and Tongan female power slap. So she's doing fucking power slap. You guys see what I'm saying? We're going to get like these Samoan dudes will be power slapping the shit out of motherfuckers in like 3 years' time. You're going to start seeing it. Hulk Hogan had strong aspirations. Speaking of Hulk in better light here, okay? Here's Kevin Nash talking about on Click This and Sean Oliver talking about Hulk Hogan and his aspirations before he passed on there.
But so we were talking, and he was talking about Hulk, and he said that he wanted to make sure, because he told Mel, he said, I don't think I'm going to kick out. Like, he said, I think this is it. He said, I feel like I'm not going to make it. He said, I feel the end coming. And he said, do me a favor. He says, I'm worried about Nash. He said, he's went through a lot. He says, make sure Nash is saved.
You didn't tell me that.
Yeah. But
so Hogan, I don't know. I guess like Hogan wanted Nash to be saved, and that means, like Christianity and all that stuff and becoming baptized, etc. So I don't know. Maybe Nash will embrace religion or something after that. I'm not too sure, but he seemed very emotional about it. And I hope that was confirmed by someone, not just the guy telling him that, not to think the worst or assume the worst of anybody. But I mean, I pray and shit. I grew up, I went to church and stuff. I don't go to church every fucking Sunday, but I'm whatever. I don't know what you refer to it as, but whatever. We all have our different beliefs and shit, right? Nash, I don't hope that no religious people were preying on Nash, though, in his emotional state. You guys get what I'm saying? You have to be wary of that, too, because that's what people do. And it wouldn't be the first time there's a story like that. So I hope he's heard that from somewhere that was other than just like the church being like, hey, So just throwing that out there. Again, people get mad at me either way. So here's Gable Steveson. And here's him boxing and he's doing mixed martial arts, hitting pads. He's about to fight an LFA. We covered it before. And here's a little clip of his striking. Now, I quote tweeted this and I said this. In no way am I saying he looks elite level. And by no means am I like hitting pads with actually throwing lines in a cage or in a ring. But he looks way crispier and better. And he has way more technique and techniques than I thought he would. Holy shit. Let's watch this. Like, he's actually crispy. Like, that dude, the question mark kick off the back. What the fuck? Yo. Now, is this like elite level striking? No. Is this a guy hitting pads? Yes. But even just looking at this, whoa, he's way crispier than I thought. I thought he was just going to try and mug everyone by wrestling them to death, which he'll still do. But the fact he has this in case someone knows how to sprawl on his ass, or the fact he can go in there and test his striking, I'll just play it while I talk. The fact he can go in there and like test this shit out on guys. Look at that shit. Training with John Jones, learning spinning back elbows. Like, I hope he doesn't try that in his first fight. You don't need to be doing shit like that. But the fact like he can maybe test some of this shit out and then go for the takedown if it's not looking up or when he gets bored or whatever. I mean, he looks way crispier than I thought he would. Like, he keeps his hand high when he's throwing jabs and shit. That's a little sloppy shot, but like, look at that. He's got hands. He's working out teeps, throwing question mark kicks. He keeps his hand, he even on the kick, he's like he's protecting his chin and shit. Like, he's not just keeping his hands down like a lot of grapplers do. Way better than I thought he would look. Speaking of good look, in our last bit of miscellaneous news here, Brie Coda, aka Elena Black, FKA Cora Jade, posted this. She's on the phone with a fucking lawyer. Now, guys, for those of you wondering like why some of these people get released, and we've covered this again ad nauseum on the show, but Cora, by all means, I've heard that she stirred up shit. There was just drama with her, and I mean, here's more of it. And I'm not trying to bury her. I've been pretty even-keeled when I've covered Cora. I haven't gone hard on her, okay? Although I know a lot of guys have gone hard on her OnlyFans. Oh, goo. Listen, I'm an asshole, but listen. It's shit like this. Like, you don't even need to post all this shit publicly. I didn't even know about this situation until she started talking about it. No one's been going public with any of this mess. So she posts this, and I'm going, what the hell, right? She's on the phone with a lawyer. So we move along here, and look, she posted this. I shouldn't even be giving this girl an ounce more of my energy. And what's her name? Alex Leet? Or Andrea Leet? Or Andy Leet? What's the girl's name? I don't even remember it. No one even knows. This is the girl who said that Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez had sort of like a Mean Girls bully vibe going on when they joined NXT, and when a lot of these people joined NXT, they had a bit of this like bully complex thing going on where they were mean girlsing and talking shit about girls and giving them shitty nicknames and stuff. So this is like a long time ago. And I guess this is alluding to her again all this time later. So anyways, Elena Black says, I shouldn't be giving this girl an ounce more of my energy, but this will be the one and only time I speak on this. And if you know, you know. This girl came into the PC and immediately had heat with everyone for being disrespectful on more than one occasion. I texted this girl, trying to help before her heat got worse. That had already traveled up to main roster before she even had a match. I'll go ahead and post the screenshots myself. She chose to basically tell me to fuck off and then continue to get heat for weeks. Only multiple main roster talent members spoke to her as well. She decided to come up to me and apologize. I told her I appreciate the apology, but I don't respect how she handles things and the way she disrespects pro wrestling. I came from indie wrestling, absolutely loved wrestling, and was trying to carry on the love and respect that was there when I got there. In black and gold, there's absolutely no respect for wrestling with people like this, and it's not my job to care about anymore, which is exactly what is wrong with that entire place in general. I spoke to her maybe 5 times total of that. Blunt to a fault sometimes, yes, but bullying is crazy. So this guy's like, Grok, who she's talking about? Who is she talking about here? And yeah, I think Alexis Leet, a former WWE signee involved in past PC drama. Leet has accused Jade of bullying, but Jade's tweet flips it, claiming Leet was disrespectful. There was something else about like body shaming or something. Like they were calling girls fat, according to this Leet girl, like Brie and Roxanne were. They were calling girls fat or something like that, and people, I think, like Awful posted about it while Cora was did an interview talking about like people were body shaming me or whatever. So I don't know, man. It's messy girl drama. People are there for it, and they want to see more of it. She got 10K likes, so I'm sure a bunch of wrestlers who side with her like that as well, if I had to take a guess. But hey, at the end of the day, man, that shit'll get you. But neither of you are at the PC anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, neither of you are at the fucking Performance Center or in NXT anymore. And I think that speaks louder than any. I didn't even know Alexis Leet was talking shit again. So either way, that was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So SmackDown is on. I'm going to check in with chat. We will do more news. I got plenty more, but we're just listening to this really hot Dublin crowd talk to Becky Lynch. Or rather the other way around. I am distracted, I won't lie, as I get this volume turned up and shit. Okay, so I'm just babbling like a fucking goofy idiot right now. Okay, so let me check in. George Capture for 5. Phil, if you really needed money, would you do Power Slap, and would Mrs. Marks let you do it? Would I do it if I really needed money? Yeah, obviously. If the pay was good enough, I would do it even if I wasn't even desperate for money, but it was like a good payday. But the paydays aren't good enough, I don't think yet. He's like, you can make a lot of money. I don't know if $5,000 is worth getting KO'd like that in the long run. You know, maybe if you're one of these guys, Steve will do it, or what is it? Mike Will made it. No, that's that's a producer. One of these guys, right? Who's that? Steve-O, right? One of these guys. Fucking maybe, yeah. Some of the dudes I've seen power slapping, some of these like big fat Samoan guys I see power slapping. I'm like, yeah, I get it. I mean, you probably slap the shit out of a dude. Probably your chunkiness probably takes a lot of the blow, a lot of the weight, a lot of the brunt of that fucking shot, you know. They're chanting, "We want Lyra. How over is she?" That's awesome. But would Mrs. Marks let me do it? Yeah, if it was something I really wanted to do, she would fucking support me for sure. She would say, now, you know, are you sure about you want to do that? But yeah, I mean, whatever I wanted to do, really. Fabio for 2 says, Hogan's cause of death equals Asuka sad on him. Oh, come on now, Fabio. That's not very fair.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Now she's flipping on the crowd. This is an awesome promo little segment. Chat, who's watching Raw? Vote in the poll, guys. If you're watching this on Raw, usually we're watching Raw. Sorry, guys. I'm a dumbass today, okay? Usually we don't stream on Fridays. We stream on Mondays, and we're watching WWE. My bad, okay? I called it Raw. I meant SmackDown. It's clearly blue. I should tell by her shirt and the microphone, and the graphic right in front of my stupid ass. But listen to me. I got a question. There is a... They're chanting, shut the fuck up, and we want Lyra. In synchronicity. Amazing. This is a monumental SmackDown, okay? But, guys, in the poll in the chat on both channels, I said, what is the victor currently? Who is the victor currently? They're just booing this shit. Where's the wrestling war at in your guys' minds? That's the topic of discussion. The counter programming, the wrestling war, it's raging on. Who's number 2? AEW's getting talked about a lot more now too, man. You got to be honest about that. They're being fucking talked about a lot more because of all this shit. And is it all good? Nah, not necessarily. But WWE's shit isn't all good either with these prices. And the ESPN shit, people are iffy still. So we're going to cover all that and more. But vote in the poll. And if you're on X, come on over from X to YouTube. Holy, this crowd is hot. I can't even get through trying to plug my fucking channel. Come and vote in the poll and talk with us, goddammit, and chat and hit like and subscribe. Gay EW is definitely a number 2. Okay. WW's crushed AEW. AEW's for a small niche of sickos. Yeah. All of wrestling's for a small niche of sickos. But we got a pretty stacked SmackDown, dude. We're going to get into more news once Becky's done cooking here. Now they're chanting CM Punk at her. Ugh. Nobody wants that old ass, she just said. Holy.
Players I've never heard of. I don't assume nobody else has. The media will write opinion pieces about Katie Taylor.
Katie Taylor. They pop. Katie Taylor rules. Oh, she's a good box. That's a great fucking line. Becky's cooking. Katie Taylor's a great boxer, but can she cut a promo? Hell yeah. Speaking of promos, man, did y'all if you're in the Discord, I dropped like a little snippet. Fuck it, I'm not a dirt sheet. I'll just say the shit, but you know, we were talking about the MVP Mike Bailey situation and the Hurt Business stuff, and MVP just hit me up. He's like, yo, I don't really pay attention to dirt sheets. He's like, a lot of my friends listen to you or whatever, and he's like, they think you're funny and shit. He's like, you're pretty sharp and you were pretty spot on with your analysis of what happened. He's like, bro, how many people have we put over? Like as Benjamin put over, and he's like, we just want to get people over and shit. And it's like, yeah, dude, don't worry. You know, you don't got to tell us, bro. I know, dude. We know. It's like, bro, it's obvious, right? And then they were together in that video, and I just said it on the show. I was like, they just shook hands, I bet, and did business. Like, it's Tiffy time now. Damn, so then they're cheering for Tiffy. She gets over with the fucking hometown name drop. Tiffy Quagmire. Filmmaking waves, AEW watching confirmed. Shout out the God MVP. Yeah, fuck it. It's like it's not like he hit me up to snitch news or some shit like that. He's just like, bro. He's like, yeah, your analysis is pretty spot on, essentially. And it was like, thanks, bro. He hit me up like a while ago. I just didn't fucking see on I don't go on Instagram much, so I just didn't fucking I didn't even know. Please give Tiffy something to do. The problem is that are we gonna get champ versus champ, or just this is probably setting up like a super tag team match for Dublin for the evening, right? Like just here's all the women's, because there's no way where this is leading to anything bigger of like title versus title with IC champ versus WWE champ. There's no way they're going to do that.
She's got it pointed out Dublin itself. But she doesn't even go here.
She doesn't even go here. That would have popped my wife. Yeah, the viewership's climbing right now. We're at 200 watching on X and YouTube. Come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We're watching SmackDown. We're busting news. We're breaking down everything. Stomping the shit out of Tiffy. SD is on now, guys. SmackDown is on now. That's why I'm live. They're in Ireland. I'm watching on Netflix. I'm sorry if you guys don't get to watch till later. Jade's coming out. So is it just going to set up a tag match for later? Maybe Becky, Nia versus Jade, and they need to turn Jade heel, I think. In the US, it's not on till it's normal time. Oh, shit, guys. I would suggest, I don't know. I'm not going to suggest any VPNs in particular. If you guys go and check out the show, I wish I had a timestamp for you, but Bin Hameen was on I went on Hughesy's channel, and myself, Jeff Lane, and Bin Hameen and Hughes linked up, and we all talked about the drama between K100, the very real drama, which I said when we covered it on the show, I was like, oh, I just think they're fucking working each other. But Hughesy hit me up. He's like, no, it's super real. I'm going to talk about it on my channel. You want to come on? Da-da-da-da-da. And Bin Hameen dropped the name of a bunch of websites, guys, during that show. Maybe you can go in the transcript and just I make a fuck film joke right after, so maybe you can type that into the transcript and type in fuck film and we'll see. Right? But he drops a bunch of website names. Either start getting into those, and I'm sorry, WWE, but either check those out or no VPN sponsors this fucking show, so I'm not going to plug any, but get one. And hey, VPN companies, I will read ads for you guys, and a bunch of people are looking to, so hey, that's all I'm saying. That's what I would do if I was in the States, because it's just all over the place. I'm not going to front and act like that shit's. People are just like, it's so good for business, okay? And what does that have to do with being a fucking fan,
A 10-time tag team champion, a future Hall of Famer. He's been creating a legacy.
Here we go.
All right, I've been watching this man.
Mello, don't Miz. Monet won her 9th belt, so she did win that belt. God damn it.
Because he's smarter than everyone. And that is why we're in this position. Yeah. Because we are Mellow Don't Miss. And we are awesome.
See the way Miz is looking at Mello, and then the way the Wyatt Six are in the background, checking out Fraxium and them, and they're stalking them. So much going on this show. It's good shit. Okay, let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some Lance Anoa'i suffers another setback as WWE debut is delayed again. Now, I think he was debuted in WWE a while back, but he's had a couple of setbacks. He got injured. This is from Sean Ross Sapp. He got injured very early after getting signed last year and was planned to be sidelined pretty well into 2025. However, based on what we heard, he sustained another injury after that and was still injured this summer. Just very bad luck. So there you go. WWE sources spoken to said that Chris Jericho's name hasn't come up whatsoever around the. So we're just hearing complete opposite shit. Dave's like, everyone, many people are talking about it. And then Fightful's like, no conversations have happened. It wasn't in that department. There are certainly talent to speculate his potential return. I saw some other fucking dirt sheet, hack sheet go, people in AEW are expected for him to never come back there, and he's just going to show up in the Royal Rumble. And even if that does happen, it's like, holy fuck, we're hearing every extreme. Yes, we know it could be any of the things, I could just fucking aliens could come and abduct him, and then he's in the Space Galaxy Federation. What the fuck are we talking about? So anyways, one source in the company called the situation far too early to tell. And I got to be honest, I agree with that. I agree with Fightful here. Like, it's a little bit too early, I think, to be like, he's for surely, like, Dave's throwing it out there because Chris Jericho's his friend and he wants to help him get as much money as possible between Tony or WWE. And that's totally fine, I guess. Meltzer's a shill. We already fucking know. So him shilling for his buddies, that's all good. So Wrestle Purists here report that this is from Cody Rhodes' show. What do you want to talk about? Becky Lynch revealed what the last words Dusty Rhodes ever told her were. She says, I was following him around. I was annoying the shit out of him. I was giving him this idea. I was like, I got this pitch, Dusty. And he goes, shut up, Becky. And I couldn't ask for better words. It was perfect. He was sick of my shit. So the first run WWE programming now airs on all of these platforms. Raw on Monday on Netflix. And see, this is what I try to explain to motherfuckers. One day they want it they have it. Okay. But they want 7 days a week of WWE. And maybe some off weeks, but at least 1 week out of every month is 7 days a week WWE. But your whole week is filled with WWE. Raw on Monday on Netflix. NXT Tuesday CW. Evolve Wednesday Tubi. SmackDown Friday USA. Saturday night's main event quarterly on Peacock. Premium live events monthly on ESPN. AAA we don't know on YouTube. every 3 months or 4 months or whatever, 3 months. But yeah, first run WWE programming airs on all these platforms. It's fucking a wild time, man. What a time to be alive, right? It's pretty crazy to see them on all of this stuff. And all the sports are doing it. Everyone's doing it. It's just the way of the future, folks. And that's a lot of goddamn wrestling if you try to watch it all. Speaking of watching it all, Rollins joins Get Up ESPN to talk about WrestlePalooza, WWE's first premium live event. Now, people either love or hate the name WrestlePalooza.
How about the big announcement yesterday? Tell the fans what they can expect September 20th.
A surprise, Greeny, surprise, everybody. If you're a wrestling fan, you're used to watching our premium live events on Peacock for the last 4 years. We are moving to ESPN, and we are moving sooner than expected. September 20th, all of our premium live events, which are our big, formerly pay-per-views, are moving to ESPN, to all the ESPN platforms. We're kicking it off in Indianapolis on the 20th of September with the first ever WWE WrestlePalooza. I'm stoked, man. I'm stoked to be a part of the ESPN family.
What does it mean? What is look, I'm a kid who grew up with Roddy Piper, and we got a lot of different people in this room who are different people who are differently excited than they might normally be for a guest that we have to see you here. What does it mean to you to have the WWE and ESPN come together like this?
Well, for me personally, I mean, I grew up, a lot of people had like the Saturday morning cartoons or the morning cartoons before school. I grew up watching Sports Center. That's what kind of sports fan I was. I grew up watching replays of Sports Center in the morning before I went to school.
Yeah, I would do that too, dude.
So the fact that we're here teaming up with ESPN, it's like my two favorite things in the world, sports and WWE coming together. And it's huge for us.
We have fucking TSN in Canada. Net when I was young, Sportsnet and TSN, and I'd get up and watch the fucking highlights from all the games, just anything I didn't watch or whatever, you know, like you'd see it all. They'd have the TSN top 10 and they'd replay that shit like every quarter hour, pal.
As an industry, professional wrestling has been a part of kind of Americana for many years in different iterations. And as we start to dip our toe,
wrestling's a part of that now. It's fucking awesome. I remember when they started covering WWE, UFC, ESPN was pretty rough in their coverage of it. Like they were new to it. You could tell a bunch of the broadcasters there like didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. It'll probably be that way with WWE for a while too, but they'll get there. They'll get there. So the White Album from Ron Killings. First I hit him with the Black Album, then I'm back at him as the best rapper alive. Ask about me. From bricks to billboards. So Ron Killings, the White Album, though. So there's the Gray Album. Someone made something where they mixed together. They made the Gray Album where they mixed, what was it? The Beatles and Jay-Z and whatever. Either way, Ron Killings lands number 10 country albums on Billboard. That's pretty fucking crazy. And he does like the Shabuzi style. Someone pour me up another shot of whiskey. It's like country rap, pop crossover type shit, you know? But good for him, man. I always said it. And it might not be for everybody, but he landed 10 on Billboard in the country section. So, I mean, let's be real here. I don't know how many plays that really takes, but hey, country's alive and well. So here's Punk on First Take, and he says he's trapped in the Seth Rollins vortex.
For me, yeah, I think it's been everything that I ever thought the WWE could and should be, behind the scenes and in front of the camera. That's a better question you should ask fans and stuff like that, because ultimately they're my boss. They're our bosses. So I think they could agree. You know, I did some pretty spectacular stuff with Tex, but you know, we're trying to move on from that. We're trying to get past that.
Oh, not
for me. Yeah.
So there you go. Motor City cooking right now. Motor City versus Miz and Mellow Man. This match is fucking bagging. Crowd's super into it. This is the best Motor City's looked. And have gotten over while on TV as we head into commercial break. It's official. WWE has announced that John Cena's retirement match will take place at WWE Saturday Night's Main Event on December 13, streaming on Peacock. No ads during Cena's final match. So here's the thing, man. I don't think him coming back for like another, I can do a WrestleMania is off the table either. I really fucking don't. The way that he's done, he's put more, because they've had to move some of this shits around. They're adding these shows like September 20th, likely wasn't a planned thing for him right off the rip, right? So I wouldn't be shocked if like one day we do see Cena just show up for like a Mania one-off. But as of this tour, we know confirmed December 13, that will be his retire. I also wouldn't be shocked if he just ended it there. But I think the way things have gone, he wouldn't be opposed to it for another match, maybe this Mania coming up, or as like a run-in again in a Cody Rhodes situation, or maybe we see him like as a suit, as like an authority figure, maybe even not even getting physical by that time, And I can't wait till we get into that era of Cena, where in his off time from shooting Peacemaker or whatever DCU film he's got going on, he's like in a suit, being an authority figure, letting his hair get gray and shit. I can't wait for that era. I don't know. When does that come? In the next 5 years or something? 10 years at the most? That shit's going to be awesome. But yeah, shout out Cena. I can't wait. December 13, man. If that's it, it's it. So Pat McAfee's returning after a very long absence. He will be doing the ESPN WrestlePalooza show, but I don't know if it goes further than that. And they might just want him because it's ESPN, No Mercy, NXT No Mercy PLE planned for September 27 in Fort Lauderdale. So that'll be fun. So tickets are on sale for the next AAA show using the pre-sale code ALLWWE. So fucking petty, dude.
The best guy's Tony Khan. It's great.
All WWE. I think they've used that code before, though. So Rikishi had this to say. Or no, is this a fucking work? The Samoan Stinker pod. Yeah, this is Sentel. This has to be. Okay. So Machiavelli got Sentel, not me. Because I didn't see that part of it. But never mind. This is just a fake fucking thing. Where it says, back in my day, guys didn't get pregnant when they had this strap. So there you fucking go. Pat McAfee makes his WWE return at WrestlePalooza. Triple H confirms it here on ESPN.
This is the perfect partnership. It's starting early, September 20th, WrestlePalooza, in the home of the one and the only Pat McAfee, who's like family to us. Pat will be there. He's going to light the place up. It's going to be exciting. Indianapolis, we were just there. This is the perfect part.
Pretty bonkers, man. Trish Stratus shares the heartbreaking news of her mother's passing. Our condolences to Trish and her family. Best energies and wishes to Trish and her family right now. That's incredibly unfortunate. And she shared a very lengthy post. And God bless her. So speaking of Ben Hameen, who I linked up with him and Jeff Lane and Husey over on Husey's channel. Make sure you guys check that out. We talked the whole K100 Vince Russo beef and Russo's brand beef and all of that. And Russo's like, bro, let me tell, bro, I don't even think that I can do a show with Disco. And bro, Disco's such a mark, bro, that in WCW, bro, let me tell you, this guy came up, hand to God, bro, hand to God. I swear to God, bro, this guy, Disco Inferno, tells me, do you know what he tells me? I swear to God, bro, he says, we should call this guy Bill Ding. And I said, bro, I invented Stone Cold Steve Austin. You're a mark, bro. You're a mark. That's it. So hey, look over here. So this person's just roasting them. Femme Wrestle here says 3 old men performing mental gymnastics to make something very simple very confusing. Then get crazy over the confusion they created. If you don't have working brain cells to connect what, so they're just roasting Stevie and shit. I didn't read the roast part. I just bookmarked the clip. So let's take a listen here. Make this make sense. Here's Vince Russo, the Russo's brand, Stevie Richards, and Heater Hameen.
So we got Stephanie's place, and she's sitting there, and she said with Trinity
Burrow,
Jimmy Uso. So she's sitting there with Trinity. Okay, now Stevie, I'm watching this for the first time. She's sitting there with Trinity. They lead up to the clip, and then they cut.
I think Miz got the fucking win, and I think Melo's gonna turn on Miz, dude, in the very end of all of this. Because he's a better heel. The crowd pops so hard for Miz's dirty tag too. Jesus, man.
Cut it off and go to commercial. Then, Stevie, we come back with Naomi's music and entrance. So you just showed us Trinity in this show, and now 5 minutes later, you're showing us Naomi. Oh, okay. So now we saw on Stephanie's place, Trinity and Jimmy were happy about something with a big announcement. Now we got Naomi crying. And now we got we got Naomi, Ben, telling you to watch Trinity on the screen. Let's go back.
Right. Okay. Listen, I'm with him with the whole name thing because Naomi's, Trinity Fatu's her name, and she's been in movies or a movie, and she's gonna do more of that, guys. I'm fucking Phil. Don't miss. Naomi ain't like. She even said it. I'm gonna come back and get you, bitches. Whatever. That's what you say. And she might come back and lay down for someone and be like, I never lost that belt and shit. I could totally see that getting a Mania payoff, but I could even see her maybe having like a shorter run or something. I don't see her wrestling that much longer. I'll be honest. And she's trying to do the acting shit and everything. On the podcast, they break fucking kayfabe, so they're calling her Trinity. I get what Vince is saying there. However, when he's dissecting her, like she's happy there, but she's crying here. A, women. B, different emotions for different things. Naomi's vacating a title in one, but announcing her fucking pregnancy on the other. So on the one thing, she's saying, I'm fucking pregnant. It's amazing. This shit's awesome. And then she goes out on the wrestling show to say, hey, I'm fucking now I'm upset and emotional because yes, I'm pregnant and that is an emotional thing, but also I have to vacate this fucking title. So Burrow, I got to call you out, Vince, on that one. I don't know. You're dissecting and I get the whole, they're breaking kayfabe, bro, but we're so past that. God damn it. We're so beyond that. That's one of I think I get triggered more when people slap. Veteran Jack Vaughn told me on PWT Pod recently, he's like, someone slapped their thigh on a spear he saw recently on an indie show. And I was like, whoa, like I still get more triggered by that than like people having their kayfabe and shoot names and shit. I don't give a fuck,
To Trinity now, and then Trinity and Jimmy are sharing this wonderful moment that she's pregnant. Then we go back to Naomi, and she's cutting a heel promo on Adam Pearce. And I'm just saying to myself, bro, if I was watching this for the first time, I would have no idea what is going on here.
No, I agree with that last part 100%. I'd be like, what the fuck? The thing is that WWE assumes everyone gets it, and wrestling is everything's a niche now, boys. Everything's a niche. Other than sports is like one of the last things where you can just casually fucking. Otherwise, like if you're a weekly television show, they just assume most people will Google the shit and stuff, which is not good. It's very AEW-ish, and I've been calling that shit out recently with WWE too. with like some of this, oh, the AAA tag titles. Here's 2 AAA guys and shit. They do a good job of coaching and explaining who people are. WWE does for its fans a way better job than AEW does, but it's getting a little AEW-ish now. That's all I'll say for now. WrestlePalooza will feature Cena, Rollins, Lynch, McIntyre, Punk, Rhodes, and major matches, according to Deadline. This is going to be a huge fucking event. They're going to treat it like the Raw on Netflix debut. Okay, that's how it's going to be. It's going to be a huge, like, celebrity-style show, but I don't think we'll get The Rock showing up there and just talking. I think we'll get a lot of wrestling. Triple H comments on the possibility of more PLEs moving to 2 nights, and he says, I think it'll be something that we see over time. I think time will tell. And it's really for us about super serving our fans. Just like for ESPN, you guys thrive on super serving your fan base and the people that watch. So do we. It's what we want to do. So when we can turn these into bigger events, make them destination weekends for the fans, that's what we all want to do. Yeah, I don't know if making more PLEs is the move, though, to serve fans. But to serve fans that want to go to live events, yeah, because they've eliminated the house show shit, essentially. And that's what he says, dude. They're bigger events. They're destination weekends. That's how he views WWE. And that's what the move, it's only going to get bigger and bigger. We're talking about $70,000 for WrestleMania seats. We're talking about $4,000 for fucking front row seats now and shit. It's getting a little gross. It's getting a little shitty. And for the people who just, and I get it, when we talk about WWE versus AEW, WWE's fucking destroying them in every metric. We can look at the numbers. WWE's winning. WWE, the W is for W, for win. But when it comes to, like, okay, when it comes to enjoying some shit, none of the fucking, just like when people say the Netflix ratings are bad, that doesn't affect shit for me. That doesn't, the AEW TV ratings are bad. That doesn't affect shit for me criticizing it or not. Still going to call out if it's shitty, even if they had 3 billion viewers. I'd be like, this is shitty, but clearly it's fucking working. And I'd point out the same shit that I do for WWE if the shoe is on the other foot. As far as like, I don't know, man. They just want people, yeah, to travel. Cities look at it as like a tourism fucking thing. It's the Harlem Globetrotters. They tour around. You travel to see them, or the economy shifts because they show up and everybody shows up to this fucking big event and they pay an exorbitant amount of money. Does it mean everything they're doing or like that's good for fans? Or does it mean it's right for the common fan? Or maybe some people, like Triple H would rather have it where people set aside their vacation money for the year for their families to go to a WWE event than have a bunch of green shirt guys who are just showing up to every fucking show. Or you know, you can get in the fucking nosebleeds, I guess, for how cheap are nosebleed seats for some of these events too. I'd love to know. And as long as they keep selling out, it won't change. And so all you can do is applaud them and be like, look at this fucking ungodly amount of business they're doing. And as long as they continue to put on good shows and PLEs, I'm fucking happy as a fan, you know? Some people are like, the product's shit though, and it's not that good. And I would say the PLEs make it worth it for me as a fan to get Netflix, let alone the fact that I also get Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and all the WrestleManias and all the Rumbles and shit. Just the PLEs make me go, I'd probably get Netflix for that if I, you know, there's other shit. Maybe Wednesday, my wife will check that out, or I'll watch Stranger Things, or I like Squid Game, you know? So there's some shit I'll watch on there. Some of those train wreck docs, you know, I'll use Netflix for a few things, right? So it's worth it. Mostly WWE though. It's worth it for me. I don't know if like you're in the States Is it worth it to have Peacock and ESPN and fucking this and that and Netflix and this and that? I don't know, man. I don't the product, if the quality of the product is worth that. Because is this Attitude Era level good? Is this the greatest WWE's ever been? No. It was cooking way harder even like 2 years ago. Just week to week, even, I think, with the storylines and everything. So, again, there's a lot of people who just rely on, like, look at the business they're doing. It's fucking just amazing. Because, I mean, these same cocksuckers will use the argument, like, and I'll say it, like, WWE is the best. Hands down, yes. It's inarguable. Just like people will be like, oh, is Taylor Swift the best singer? Yeah. Yeah, she kind of is. Is she technically the best fucking? No. Ben Hameen brought up the fucking McDonald's analogy on Hughesy's show, and I brought it up before as well. And it's the same fucking point. Like, is it a Wagyu beef burger? No, but it's not their objective. WWE's objective is to be in every fucking home and put on the standard bearer of fucking pro wrestling, the best production, worth your money, the biggest stars, the biggest names, the best PLEs you could put on, celebrities, the best wrestling matches, which I do think it has the best wrestling matches. I do, like, overall pound for pound. Now, every fucking Raw, are people going out there breaking their necks? No, but they don't have to. Are the PLEs fucking nuts? Yes. Every WWE PLE has been crazy lately, for the most part. You know, like there's a match where you're like, holy fucking shit, and there's some Brock Lesnar comes back or Naomi cashes in or something crazy happens where you're like, holy fuck. AEW pay-per-views are becoming a little redundant now in my mind. They're just like dynamites. They're just like every pay-per-view is just like them doing everything. That's what they do every show. Every show is someone doing everything in AEW. So it just gets a little redundant, you know? But ultimately, at the end of the day, and I've said it a million times, we're watching you, Hickenbottom. We're watching you, Helmsley. Okay? Don't start slacking and lacking. Keep putting on great shows like the AAA show and all this shit. And hey, man, if people can afford to go to your shows, all the power to you, to them, and to you. If a lot of people go, fuck this, I can't afford to go anymore, that is extremely shitty. And I don't know if this is necessarily, quote unquote, fan service, turning WWE into a destination type thing if you want to see it live. Otherwise, and maybe that's the way they're looking at it. Well, if you can't come to it live, we're like everywhere on TV. So you're going to see something we do somewhere in some form or fashion on TV, right? And that's cool. But when you start doing shit like that, Dana White tried that before, where there was like UFC shows going on at the same time. And like one of them's on during the day in like Europe, and then the other one starts at the same time in the States, and they stopped doing that. And Dana White was asked around that time, like, hey man, do you think it's good to almost like go against yourself and have MMA fans be like unable to watch this shit and unable to afford to attend the, like, you know, you got Bruce Buffer who can't do every show, snapping his streak just because whatever. And Dana's response was like, well, this show isn't for you. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it seems, and that didn't work out well. People were like, okay, that's a dumb fucking thing to say. Like, no, I watch every fight, you know? So fucking Gustafsson is for me because I've watched him fight John Jones, and I don't give a fuck if he's fighting in Europe. I don't care if he's fighting on Mars. I want to watch all the fights. And so they stopped doing that for a reason. When it comes to WWE, now they're not like competing with themselves, but they're competing against AEW, clearly. And they're also spreading themselves kind of thin to where, is it the move? Is it the move to be like, well, you just watch our shit on Netflix then if you can't on ESPN or whatever? I don't know if that's the move, man. But as long as these shits still sell out and people fork up their fucking life savings to go to these shows and shit, I mean, they're not going to slow down. So we're watching you. We're watching you, but I can't complain. To me, I've enjoyed the shows lately. Is Raw and SmackDown like can't miss TV? No, it's not supposed to be anymore. Like, the whole point of streaming is you can watch it the next day. But there's also a reason why Netflix didn't just fucking chop their arm off and give a leg to keep the WWE PLEs and all that shit. Like, there's a reason for that, guys. There's a reason that, and I'm not saying like the numbers are failing and all this shit, but they might not be as great as maybe spreading themselves thin is their way of, let's get as much money as we can before people catch on to, the numbers aren't as what some, like, maybe people expected more growth than they had. I did. I thought when they opened it up to India and shit as well, and like I thought the numbers would get boosted. Like, I talk shit. I was like, wait till Dave sees the numbers from India and stuff. But no, they stayed the same pretty much. So we're watching closely. And some people, I said it earlier too, VPN might be the best. Insert blank name VPN. And if one of you lucky VPN sponsor me over here at Pro Wrestle Times, maybe someone could save 20% off with a promo code. But you motherfuckers need to email me at prowrestletimes@gmail.com. So Daniel Cormier says that Brock Lesnar would have been the safest fight he ever took in his life in UFC, in the MMA world, because Cormier, of course, fought in Strikeforce as well, won their Grand Prix, went to the UFC, became a two-weight champion. He is one of the GOATs for sure. But he's just so sour grapes. And sometimes on commentary, he annoys the fuck out of me. But yeah, he talks about Brock Lesnar, who he was primed up to fight. Like, Brock got in the octagon and shoved Cormier and shit like that years ago. And they were slated to fight, but Brock is just busy. Controversy, went back to WWE and was just on the sauce. You know what I mean?
The WWE got him. The WWE took him back. That was my golden goose, man. We had that moment in the ring. I pushed him. He pushed me. WWE paid him back. They were paying Brock like $6-7 million a year, maybe 10.
Right.
You tell.
Now, let's hear what Daniel says. Then I'll give you my fight analysis on how I think DC Brock would have went down and if DC would have walked through Brock.
Let me, Brock. You can go fight DC and lose, or you can come back.
Who's saying you're gonna lose?
I'm beating Brock Lesnar, man. I was beating Brock.
That was a big dude, man. 6'4".
Don't matter, dog. Shay, I was beating Brock Lesnar. It was one of the safest fights I could have had. I'm telling you, dog. That's the truth. It's just the truth. I like Brock too. He's a great guy, but I watched what Kane did to him. I watched how he would react to getting punched.
Right.
And I was gonna punch him. He would have to
shout out Club Shay as well.
Take me down.
Right.
To win the fight. And I can wrestle.
Yeah, but he's not a wrestler. I mean, he was a wrestler.
Yeah, he was.
But
if he shoots on me,
he's not a wrestler. Shay, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. That's why. See, Shay just these fucking like basketball players and shit, and these football players and shit, and these fucking Jay Cutler bodybuilder dudes trying to talk MMA and shit now because it's popular and pro wrestling and shit. It's so funny to see them try and talk Stephen A. Smith and shit. That's why DC would have whooped Brock's ass, because Brock's real only chance at beating DC would be take him down and smother him. Do you know how fucking hard that'd be to do to DC? Because that's what DC can always just rely on. DC had pretty good fucking hands. He could dirty box really well. He would have, even though he famously got KO'd in somewhat of a dirty boxing session with Stipe. But I mean, they just, in that fight, DC just said, fuck it, dropped his hands and just stood in the pocket with Stipe and just banged it out with him. It was like he had the biggest gut he's ever had in a fight. You know, DC, I think, was just like, fuck it. He knew he was getting close to done. And so when he got starched by fucking Stipe, it was, and also he had already knocked out Stipe and shit. So, or vice versa. So either way, it was what it was. But the point I'm getting at is that DC has beaten some legit strikers, some legit jiu-jitsu guys, and some legit wrestlers already. And he would have just made it a grimy, dirty boxing fight, which Brock can't do. Now, Brock has beaten elite strikers like someone like a Mark Hunt Okay. But Mark Hunt isn't a guy who he can get grimy and get into brawls, but he's not a guy who's like super good at fucking stuffing takedowns and also like closing the distance. And, you know, he's more of a methodical, like plotter, kickboxer guy. And so Brock was able to keep the distance. He actually threw leg kicks successfully at Mark Hunt. And Brock, in his retirement, like his final MMA match, he was able to like keep the distance and then close it really fast and just get Mark Hunt down. He wouldn't be able to do that on DC. Like DC trained wrestling, especially at that time. He's an elite wrestler, and he trained with Cain Velasquez, former WWE superstar as well. And the way Cain beat Lesnar was that way. He just got in his face, boxed him up, had him flip-flopping and flying, got him against the cage, just boxed him up and put him down. And DC would train with Cain. DC and Cain never fought each other, but that's like a dream fight in MMA at that time, if they had of. But they were best friends and shit. They trained together so much that DC went down to light heavyweight. But he trained with Cain to the point that he probably knew in his mind, like, yeah, I've taken worse from Cain, you know, and I've beaten the shit out of Cain from time to time. So if that's what he did to you, I'd have smoked you. And he's right. DC would have beat Brock Lesnar for real. And if they were just grappling, I don't know. Brock maybe could have still taken it at that time. He's a freak. Brock relied in his MMA career mostly on being a freak. His striking was never that great. Even his ground and pound technique was never that great, but he's just such a freak. Now, what did he have? Some people would question this and say, no, Brock didn't have heart and shit like that. No, he did. He could take punishment. Even when Cain whooped him, it's not like he was KO'd, flatlined. Like, that dude will not. Brock is the kind of guy where he would probably, you'd have to kill him before you'd KO him. Like, you'd have to probably hit him so many times in the head that, you know, like, I don't think anyone could just put him out night, you know. And so the ref had to step in. And then another time, like when Alistair beat him, he had diverticulitis. Alistair beat him, kicked him in the fucking, hit him with a liver shot, and he just went down. Like, yeah, he shouldn't have even been fighting Alistair at that time, or anybody. But Alistair hit him to the body with some clean shots, and he went down, of course. But if you're a guy who can sprawl takedowns, like you can hang in there with Brock, I mean, you're pretty much able to beat him. But I mean, even Shane Carwin, that guy was knocking out, beating everyone, and he punched himself out, and then Brock came back and beat him. He beat Frank Mir, who's like an elite heavyweight at one point in his prime, elite on the ground, especially. So he did beat he beat Randy Couture, but he was really old and shit. Heath Herring's a legit win, you know. But Brock was never this guy who, you know, and especially at heavyweight, there's like levels to this shit, and DC's just one level above like everyone in that realm of like John Jones, DC, who else? Like Stipe, I guess, was in that realm. Some of the great heavyweights of all time were just on this other fucking level, you know, that DC entered in. And yeah, he would have smoked Brock, in my opinion. That would have been like a fucking 1-round fight, 2-round fight at the most. So third row seat for WWE WrestlePalooza will cost $6,000 plus taxes for the third row. That's fucked, man. The NBC viewer numbers are reportedly far lower than Saturday night's event that people expected. That is according to the Wrestling Observer, which we don't know if that's true or not. NXT scored a $675K. Dynamite did $565K. So beat them by $110K as Cena comes out in this drippy black and Irish flag gear. Kalani Brown of the WNBA's Phoenix Mercury has revealed she's been offered a WWE tryout. Dave Meltzer said that there are those in WWE into Danhausen's gimmick, including The Rock, who was a big fan of him when he first started making his name, Brian. And he's educated because Dewey reads The Observer. So shout out Danhausen. He's 100% getting hired by WWE, and he's 100% going to cross over with Mr. Iguana. per India Today, The Undertaker is considered for a special wild card contestant entry into the Big Boss, which is their version of Big Brother India. House in the latest season, likely around November. Mike Tyson is also being considered. So either Undertaker or Mike Tyson is going to be in this fucking Big Brother India show, where the other countries, they just get celebrities from America to come in and be on the show. So according to The Observer, WWE's deal with X has reportedly come to an end, which is why Speed has been scrapped. Damn, Dublin's singing. The time is now. Aaliyah addresses possible WWE return here. And Aaliyah had this to say. She said that, oh, yes, the $1 million question. I bring a lot of experience and versatility to the table. At this stage, I can work as a babyface healer in a supporting role. I'm surprised like AEW never scooped her up. Whatever helps elevate the product and make the show stronger. I know how to make other performers look good in the ring, engage the audience, and contribute to the product. My goal is simple: to add value wherever I'm needed to help the main roster shine at every level. So yeah, hope she's still talking like she's got a job there. Hopefully, I always loved her and her in-ring style, and I hope they bring her back, or TNA, or maybe AEW. Her style, I'm surprised AEW never scooped her up. And ladies and gentlemen, that was WWE. We'll do some more noise in a bit, but we have the GOAT John Cena being sang at by the crowd and Logan Paul. Dublin, Ireland. And we're going to get Logan Paul out here too, I believe, confronting them. See, that's the thing. He was like, SmackDowns usually suck. And I'm like, yeah, but fucking Cena the last time ever. But he just might not believe that either. Like, I've talked to him and he's like, he's totally going to fucking do a Mania or something. And it's like, yeah.
He doesn't even allow one of the greatest of all time to get a word out. I was on his final live appearance of his career, the last time ever in Ireland. Social media superstar and a boy dream here at the White House. I'm Logan Paul, this is set on the wedding file.
Here we go. Here we go. And guys, so we got Cena and Logan Paul in the house. And for Forbidden Door, I'll preview that before this show's done. And we will, I'll review it on Monday's member show. Will be the review, okay? And yeah, tomorrow's live show is today, right now. That's why we're doing it today. Chat, I'm going to get so drunk as fuck and eat so much bad food this weekend, dude. I can't wait. I'm going to a fucking beach town, hitting the spa. They're chanting, "Fuck you, Logan." Ah, he just said it's always good to be back in England, dude.
I'll tell you what, if I got out of this ring right now and spat in your faces, you do not, you little leprechauns.
He's calling them little leprechauns, saying he's gonna spit in their faces.
Exactly who I am. My name is Logan Paul, the person that you paid your money to come see. So shut up.
Yo, he's cooking. Logan's cooking. Here we go. Cooking. We say cooking. That's getting played out. I'm going to stop saying cooking.
And at this point, an actor who knows how to wrestle.
They're just chanting the shit out of him. You gotta love it.
This is what I can't say.
50 likes, George. We can get to 100, or Jericho's gonna run in. How many are watching on the Clips channel? We're on X and youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, guys. Come over there, vote in the poll, subscribe to this goddamn channel.
How am I the outsider? I have been doing this for 4 years. Every match I do is great. I've been doing this longer than half of the people on the roster. I am the best in I am next up. And when are you
84 on the Clips channel. Okay. Yeah, and then we're also on the Times channel. That's the thing. I'm going to start doing the thing again where so because there's so many members on both channels, the Times channel, when I go live, it's going to be just like streaming to members at first, and then the replay of the show will be up on there. Okay, and then I'm going to stream just on the Clips channel again. But yeah, there just wasn't a lot of significant amount of members, but like we blew past 2K subs, so I was like, fuck, I should start doing that again. And then also shout out Patreon for fixing, like, Member Mondays will be streamed directly to Patreon and YouTube as their own streams. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, before there was just an unlisted fucking video for the members Monday shows on the Times channel and shit like that. It was stupid because Patreon, just the way it works, I don't know. So for patrons, if you're listening now, or if you become a patron, yeah, those member shows are gonna, Patreon finally added their own, like, you can live stream directly to Patreon. So I might even do like a weekly Patreon only live show as well. I might start doing that. So make sure you guys sign up there. Burying Cena, saying he was doing the same moves for 23 years. I can't wait. Cena's sitting there with a look on his face like, I'm going to fucking bake this kid when he's done. I can't wait for it.
And the fact is, I am Logan Paul, and I am here to stay. And John Cena, I cannot wait to share the ring with you in Paris. But I'm not signing a cohabitation agreement, buddy. This is my house now, John.
They're chanting wanker at him. Oh my god.
Logan Paul is an undeniable presence.
They're cheering the shit out of Cena.
Logan Paul is a tremendous athlete. Logan Paul is a future WWE champion. Logan Paul is a future WrestleMania main event.
They're booing what he's saying because he's like, oh, this guy.
To be true. And boy, they make me upset. And they make you upset too, don't they? I can tell why.
No, I'd tell you guys if Lodi popped up, man. He's not over there. I see all chats on this. That's why I keep forgetting to fucking do that shit that I'm telling you, where I'm going to make the time streams like on the members so that people come over to Clips so that it's all streamlined again, because I fucking, like, when I go on here, I just see all the chats. Like if I was on Twitch too, all the Twitch shit, if somebody comments on X, it'll pop up in here. Yeah, you just said he's a huge wanker. Cena's going to bake his ass.
Logan Paul
I'm a member of both channels just because I really appreciate that, Mike Saucelys. Fucking A. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, if you want to support the channel, just hit like. That's the free way. Subscribe to my shit. Follow me on X. You can send in a super chat, Patreon, all that good shit. Become a member, gift a membership if you support what I do. Just come say what's up. Called Logan Paul a disappointment.
Because we were so excited when you came here, man. I sat and talked to you for hours on your podcast. As a family, we opened our arms to you, and instead of respecting this house, what the hell do you do?
Oh shit, Cena jumps out the ring.
You use us as some branding opportunity to buy another Pokemon card.
Oh shit. Cena just cooked the Prime hydration station. He's like, dude, you fucking used us to to buy another Pokemon card, you know, to sell this shit. He flipped the hydration station over.
You got the audacity to come out here and bully my family, step into our home, and then brag to me that you put your life on the line for a grand total of 23 matches? Wow. Wow, 23. That's an amazing number. Because I have given my heart and soul to this business for 23.
Damn, Cena just cooked Paul, dude. He's like, man, you fucking say, if you guys aren't watching this, damn, Cena cooked him, bro. Fried him. Roasted, toasted, and burnt to a crisp. Damn, dude. Cena's he's like, dude, you brag that you put your life on the line for 23 matches. He's like, I've been doing this 23 years. And then he's like, I was here having matches not even on camera. He's like, you were making vines with your fucking little brother. And oh, dude, and he's fucking he's rebutting, dude. He's rebutting what Paul was saying off the top. Or maybe they rehearsed it in the back, but Cena was like, because Paul was like, you got fucking 4 moves, man. And then he's like, whether I got 4 moves, 100 moves, or 1 move, then flipped him off. It's crushing.
It does not matter how high you can jump. It does not matter how many viral videos you create. These people can see through BS, man, and they know you're here for the wrong reasons. I'm going to flip the script. Logan Paul is not an outsider. Logan Paul is a parasite.
Damn.
Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. That sounds really good. Logan Paul is a parasite.
But Paul's so good too. The way it's like the way he's like stalking him, like his pacing back and forth and just staying in his grill and shit. It's
everything you can from it. You have sucked opportunity away in my final moments of deserving superstars like Dom Mysterio, AJ Styles.
damn Cena running through the list, shouting out Jacob and Dominic Mysterio. Some people start chanting Fatu. Some are now they're chanting Logan sucks. And then they're chanting AJ Styles. They're chanting 7, and I'm not joking. It went from like a Fatu to a Logan sucks to an AJ Styles chant.
We haven't agreed a lot over the years, and that's what makes us strong. And the thing they know is I'm a man of my word, and what happened is you got lucky. You were first in line and asked for a match, and now you got one. And now, Flash in Paris is the most important match of your life.
Hell yeah.
You know a lot about hustle. You know nothing about loyalty or respect.
Shit, so he just called him out for hustle, loyalty, respect. Fear factor for 10. Cena's cooking right now. I see you, Fear Factor. Give me 1 second. Fear Factor with Joe Rogan. That show fucking ruled back in the day, but Cena's cooking right now, Fear Factor.
Read the news, homie. You got plenty of legal trouble.
Oh, he called out his legal trouble. Oh, shit. Cena's like, dude, I read the paper. I read the news. I see your fucking the papers. What is this, 1920s, eh? You got legal trouble.
Behind you, there's some backflipping YouTuber selling salt water. You in for a long night.
He's like, dude, you're a backflipping YouTuber selling salt water.
Flash your parents. You will either understand what it means to give up yourself to this business I love. I'm gonna beat the ever-loving shit out of you.
Oh, dude. Yo. And then he hit him with a shite to pop these fucking Irishmen.
Allegedly.
Oh, and then Logan hit him with the cap flip off. Oh my God, this shit is crazy. Fear factor for 10. Absolutely love the coverage. Got to do some myth busting though. India's big brother has been printing money. Oh, he shoved Cena since 2006. Damn, is that before the original? Like, is Big Brother America one of the ones they stole? Attitude adjustment on Paul. If you guys want my opinion, I think Cena is going to fucking lose to Paul in Paris. Never needed anyone overseas. Taker Tyson will be the first overseas housemates. God damn, dude. Well, thanks for that. And thank you for loving the show, dude. Thank you for your fucking support, man. I really appreciate that. Let's acknowledge me. Super chat. So what you're saying is India super chat. India Big Brother has been printing money since 2006. So India's Big Brother, and what did they call it again? The Big Boss. So you know a lot about it. Fear factor. Why is it called the Big Boss? Like, why? I guess because you win the veto or that HOH, the head of household. Oh, you're the big boss of the house. Is that why they do it? I'd assume, instead of, because the idea of Big Brother is like, Big Brother, you're being watched. So does India flip that? Because that concept isn't really there the way it is in like America or the Western world of like, we're being surveilled, the black helicopters. So is it the Big Boss because of that? Could you inform me of that in chat? And then anyways, sorry, I'm spurging out, going off on some whole other tidbit. I like Big Brother, if you guys can't tell. Early on, though, I have completely stopped watching it. But from my knowledge, the UK version, they bring in celebrities all the time for years and years. And I think some of these other, like the Danish version or whatever, they use people who are like popular from other shit. No, am I mistaken on that? But India, so I guess we were corrected. Fat factor. I'm calling you Fear Factor the whole time too. Fat is not a factor for you or Joe Rogan. Just kidding, dude. He's getting that little like goblin belly from all the human growth hormone and shit. Just being honest. So they never needed anyone in the India show. That's awesome. Good for them. And then shout out Taker. So then why are they bringing Taker Tyson on? Because the viewership is finally starting to plummet, or what? We have the Street Profits coming out. Okay, we're going to get into some AEW news. Yeah, I was distracted there a little bit because it continued along. Cena hit him with an attitude adjustment. Then he went out like into the crowd a little bit, fucking did his taunt. They're erupting. It's such a loud crowd. Fucking Logan Paul selling his ass off. So far, the SmackDown's been really good, actually. And this crowd's been white fucking hot. And I want to see WWE in Europe maybe twice a year. Or do the crowd stop being as hot? I don't know, but it's so cool to see like a SmackDown in Ireland. I want to see Raw in Japan, SmackDown in Mexico. Come on now. Okay, let's check in with chat some more. Alert, Mercedes Moné won. Okay, we saw that. I think Taker Tyson thing is just them flexing. Yeah, the money or whatever that they made off the show, possibly. I suffered through the series. Billy Boy. Dude, he got kicked out after 3 weeks. Yeah, he was trying to turn everyone against each other and shit. That's where I first heard about him, was from Big Brother. Like his arguments and shit that he started, the UK Big Brother. So I'm pretty sure the UK versions and have been bringing, I mean, Mickey Rourke and JoJo Siwa were just on one where he's like, I'll make you straight or whatever. And then she left the house and did become a straight girl. And she's like, LGBTQ people fucking brainwashed me and shit. How crazy is that? He like called it. And how also ironic is it that Mickey Rourke looks like a fucking lesbian in their 60s now after all those facelifts and shit. But anyways, okay. They don't like the term Big Brother for a TV show. Big Boss basically is who watching, and it's hosted by one of the biggest actors. So there you go, dude. They have had a celebrity the whole time with one of the biggest actors. I own you. Think England was the first Big Brother. Yeah, because wasn't Survivor ripped off from some country? Scandinavian country or some shit. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass. But wasn't that like a ripoff as well? Well, everything's a ripoff, I guess. But a lot of these reality shows came from other countries first, and then they just like perfected them in the States, you know? Okay, let's get into Billy Body's nose in the 2000s was identical. Shut up, Billy Body, man. People fucking hate that dude. He is a bit of a dick, isn't he? You know? There was a while there where his news was ridiculously accurate to the point where it was like, what the fuck? How do you know all this shit? And he would do the hot news on K100, and I enjoyed those segments and shit, but then he just started beefing K100, and it was a wild ass time. But you guys know I'll talk to anybody, you know? And he met Britney Spears before. I'd probably just ask him shit about that. But yeah, I haven't checked into his show in a long time. I think he still does it though. I think it's like behind a paywall on like Apple Podcasts or something. Okay, Logan Paul's backstage. Drew wearing DX colors.
Listen to me. Subconsciously, you're scared of the mystique of John Cena, 17-time world champion, Super Cena.
They're all singing, "Oh, Drew McIntyre."
That's not Super Cena. Don't get me wrong, he's still John Cena. You're Logan Paul. You're in your prime.
I think we'll see Drew win the fucking WWE Championship.
We embarrassed you. You're gonna make this right
At least one time. But I don't think it's going to happen anytime. It'll be in the winter time or in the new year if he does. Unless they do a quick little, he grabs it and drops it again like he did the world title or something. But I could see, like, I think Rhodes will beat him in this first match, but we'll see Drew get that thing like wintertime, New Year. In a rematch of some sort. Okay, so we got Street Profits versus MFTs. Let's get into some AEW news, chat. Let's do the damn thing. So let me share this other screen here. Ladies and gentlemen, all together in the chat, Ichi Nissan Da. For AEW News. So Mercedes Monea will be the through line of this segment, and she says that she's not concerned with WWE counter programming. AEW is taking over. Here is Monet talking more about some other shit, about some other bullshit. No, she said that she takes jabs, brutal jabs at WWE. And she says, I don't watch them. I don't care about them. I'm Ada Belza Monea. I'm a champion of so many different companies. So the more, the merrier. If they want to put on wrestling shows while we have wrestling shows, I'm always going to be a better. That's why I call myself the CEO. They can keep on doing whatever they want to do, but AEW is taking over. If you want to watch the best good wrestling, watch AEW. So there you go. She had this to say about the Beast Mortis. She says, first of all, that Amaska he has is really a hot. Two, he is a lawyer, so I can sue you at any time I wanna. Three, it's awesome to have someone that understands what you do. Wrestling is extremely hard, and nobody gets it but wrestlers. Just to have someone who loves it and understands it is as much as I do. It's the best feeling to have a partner like that. Gay? No, just kidding. So we have one more, I think, Monet thing. Are you guys tired of the fucking voice yet? No, that was it for Monet. So moving along here, we have JD from one voice to another. First, I was over there with Monet. Now I'm over now. So this is what Chi-Town Smark and JD from NY had to say about Forbidden Door. And Chi-Town Smark, this is coming off of, I don't know, he said before, he's like, I don't pay for shit. I fucking just get links and stream everything. So, or people give me their logins and shit. So let's hear their dissection here of Forbidden Door. And then we'll preview it ourselves.
When I sit down here and I do my live streams and I watch the show with, you know, the people that show up to hang out and just absorb this show together. When I sit down to watch, I want to sit and watch an enjoyable show. Now, I am wholeheartedly aware that there are people that enjoy hate watching. I mean, they don't do content. It's not like they have to watch it for a job. They legitimately just watch it just to talk shit about the company. And just to say, oh, it sucks. Even if the show was great, they're still sitting there looking for the stuff that sucks.
Right, and that happens in absolutely everything. So if you're a fan of like a football team and you follow them, you go under their posts or ESPN posts about any team in particular, and there's people saying egregious shit and memeing it and trashing it. That's what people do. And then as far as like hate watch content creation and shit, people who think that like Jocktobering people isn't valid, you're redacted and you're just behind the times. Like it's its whole own subgenre. It's its own, not even subgenre, it's its own genre of interneting. And it has really been, it started in the message boards, you know, it has been since there's been internet, really.
Those people can go fly a fucking kite, because I when I sit to watch it, I genuinely want to see a great show.
Yeah, everybody wants that, dude.
Want to come here.
If you go to a concert and you're like, hey, I'm paying to see Kiss, and then Ace Frehley comes out and throws up and fucking stumbles off the stage and it's a shitty show, you're gonna point it out. If you are watching Dynamite and the production truck cuts out to a fucking Taco Bell commercial or whatever, like, we're gonna point it out, you know? So again, yes, there's people who troll. That's everything in life, though, you know?
On this review and tell everybody that we got a great show. So if you're just sitting there hating on it, then you're just a tribalistic asshole who just wants to hate watch. I mean,
no, dude. So wait. So without even seeing this show, he's like, it's a great show. And if you're hating on it, he's already like, if you hate on it, you're a tribalistic asshole. No, buddy, that's not how it works. Okay? It's not how it works at all. Just like when people say these movies are good or bad before they fucking even come out, you're not able to tell me that until we fucking see it. Now, if let's say this show, each match is a banger, 5 stars, and then I go, yeah, but it was redundant and I don't really care anymore. I've already seen it. That doesn't make the critique any less valid. Just like if you go see the new Jurassic World, okay, and you're like, this is fucking shit, dinosaur, whatever, rehashed. We've seen this dinosaur movie, the same concept, and we're running away from dinosaurs 5 or 6 times now. I'm over it. That's still the same critique, even if like, that one scene was banging, you know? Especially when it's the same thing over and over again, right?
Go do you, but this was a great show. This was fun. This was great. This is why it was great. This was...
What show is he talking about? Is this... Okay, guys, someone might have to correct me here. Is this like from an old pay-per-view, or are they previewing Forbidden Door? Jason G from the SAT is just like, Forbidden Door is going to be a rough watch. That's all he's saying. So is this like a clip, their review of a different pay-per-view, and he's like making fun of them? Or is this like a clip of them, this guy's like, nah, man, fuck you, before we've even seen it?
Fun. They don't give me that to work with. So when I sit down and watch the show and I'm just bored out of my ass, and then I'm just wondering why this is happening, and I can't figure out why things are being done the way that they're being done, I'm left with nothing but just my honesty. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat it and say it was great just because I want it to be great. When it's great, I will be the first one telling you it's great. Unfortunately, when it's bad, I will also be the first one here telling you it's bad. And my honest opinion, this was one of the worst shows of the year for me.
Damn. Good for him for being honest about it. Yeah, I mean, I'm so disinterested in Dynamite the more and more, even when they have like, Edge and Christian are reuniting finally, sweet, but they fucking fumbled it, man. It should have happened way sooner. The Moxley shit, the Rick, like, no one cares about Hangman. Like, I'm trying to tell y'all, and I'm a guy who's like, dude, Hangman and Moxley put on bangers and shit, but no one wants to see this anymore. No one wants to see the same shit anymore. I'm sorry. It's just the same old boring. And then now they're trying to add vignettes and stuff, but it's just too little too late. And then, yes, the effort's there, but are they great? No. I would say the women have the best shit going on with their vignettes. These women have the best, like, trying to do character stuff, but we're not seeing it play out. Ricochet, I mean, for as good a stuff as he's doing on the show, he just honestly was so cringe on socials, turned so many people off, to where I just don't think people are willing to separate or willing to give him grace in that regard. And it is what it is. I mean, it's just generic, I'm a weaselly bad guy, but then he has these 2 muscle guys are with me, so I can talk shit to anyone and get away with it. But then Hangman can just grip you up by the throat and molest you against a fucking wall. And no one, and your 2 big gooners don't do fucking anything about it, bro. So within 2 weeks, you buried the whole concept of why you even got these fucking guys. Because no one knows what the fuck they're doing there. And unfortunately, these wrestlers, a lot of them, you are the performers. You're not the creative fucking... Just like a lot of these fucking actors who become directors and shit. More of them do a shitty job than do a good job. when they turn actor, whatever, or actor turn producer, director, writer, and shit. Those who can't do teach, man. And like a lot of these fucking wrestlers, like, no, you don't know the best. Moxley's shown that. We all thought Vince when he's like, oh, you're the lunatic crazy guy. And remember, Ambrose was saying that on the fucking Stone Cold podcast. He's like, yeah, Vince would just say like, oh, you're the crazy wacky guy. And I was like, no, I'm more serious than that. Well, guess what? Vince was right, bro. Now that we've seen what you thought you were supposed to be, no, he was right. You're supposed to be this wacky. Then we look back on how good Dean Ambrose was in comparison. No, you were the fucking wacky guy, like Vince was saying. I get it now. At the time, I thought I agreed with you because I was a fucking dumb mark. But now that I've seen it, dude, W to the kid on SmackDown with a fucking one of those old wind-up cameras where you snap a picture and then go print them out at like the Walmart or the photo place or whatever.
I don't disagree with you. I mean,
a little kid had one of those.
I think everybody's going to be like, well, the in-ring wrestling was great. I mean, it's never about that. The in-ring wrestling's always great, but they don't give you a reason to fucking.
I said that so long ago too. Like, yeah, dude. Oh, the wrestling's so good. Okay, you're a weekly TV show. Like, everyone can wrestle. Everyone and their fucking mom can wrestle in 2025. Like, who gives a shit? What makes you stand out? You know, what makes it different? Well, we're allowed to do these moves. Okay, but Ospreay is like about to get surgery and end his career a decade early because of that. You know what I mean? So like, what is that really worth it? That shit doesn't sell as good though.
Care about the in-ring wrestling. They don't give you a reason. Everything that they do in that ring is just them wrestling with absolutely zero emotion. Zero. I don't think that they grasp if
they don't get it. It's just people going from spot to spot to spot. Like, I don't care. Oh, he really chopped him. Oh, did you see he really slapped him in the face? I don't give a fuck. No one cares, dude. Tony Khan cares about that because he's a fucking mark. No one cares. Like, as a fan, I don't care, dude. Like, yeah, it makes me go, holy shit, they're laying in like on the pay-per-view when Gunther goes and beats the fuck out of somebody. You're like, holy shit, but it's because it's special. You don't see it all the time. When in AEW, that's all it is. You don't give a shit. And until they learn that, man. Like, with their roster especially, they need to understand if they did more of the promos, vignettes. Oh, well, we're doing more promos and vignettes. They're shitty. Not Tony Khan booking them. Not whoever's writing them. Get a good creative filter and then do it. But, you know, if they saved it, if they saved these crazy ass matches for the pay-per-views and they did less pay-per-views, AEW would crush. And we'd still be like, man, these pay-per-views are amazing. But when that's the go-home show and then you have... And it's gross, too. Like, the way they would talk about Vince has his favorites and shit. And it's like, Dax sucks Tony's asshole. And then Tony's like, I'll reward you with a 4-segment fucking match on Dynamite on the go-home show. Yeah, let's just tire everyone out of wrestling with a 4-segment fucking match right before the pay-per-view where you're also on the pay-per-view or whatever. Like, it's this favoritism shit. It's this same shit that we would criticize Vince and every other promoter for. And he's like, I'm not like these other promoters and I have more money. Meanwhile, he's an amalgamation of all these fucking promoters, but all the bad shit they did. It's nuts, man.
Was anything behind what they're doing in the ring? If there's a story about why they're in there, if there's a legitimate storyline and a reason and a conflict and a fucking reason to care, emotional attachment to these characters, character development. We talk about this every single week. Everything that they do in the ring would be instantly enhanced, and they don't even do what they need to do to get you there. They don't follow the proper protocol. They don't follow the steps to get you to a place of like, oh my God, I can't wait to watch this. You watch it and you feel nothing. That's exactly how it is. You watch this show and you feel nothing. And this is not just an AEW thing. For all the people that still bleed into my mentions on social media.
You feel nothing. I feel nothing down there. I need a blue chew. Quick, someone get me a blue chew. Oh.
which I have.
So I can feel something down there when she's sucking my dick. Oh,
taken a huge step back from. I got so many people tonight, Jesse, saying, JD, how come you don't tweet during the shows? I feel nothing. What would you want me to say? What do you want me to say about the show if I feel nothing? I would rather not say anything so I don't have to deal with a fucking idiot who's like, oh, you're just watching to hate. No, I watch because this is my job. I watch because this is what I made my career. I watch to give you a reason why this show is good and this show is bad.
And even if it's like you just watch to hate, who gives a fucking shit? Who cares? Shut up. How about that? Like, yes, people watch shit to hate watch shit. It's called Jocktobering on the radio. This is a fucking thing that's been going on forever. Stop crying about it. Who gives a fuck? You all want to do it when it doesn't apply to you as well. Like, everyone wants to be able to, like, critique movies and shit. But now that there's access, like now that a wrestler can get on Twitter and hear what I or a JD or someone has to say about them, it's like, oh, fuck that. You're not allowed to say that. But meanwhile, you know, when Tom Cruise, before social media, when actors couldn't fucking directly respond, it was okay or whatever. It's fucking stupid. It's a cop-out, man. People make content out of everything. There's these dumb fucks, too, who are like, you think, look at people as content. And it's like, well, what do? You interview people and stooge their business and talk about wrestling, which is a thing of people, which is people doing stuff. Everyone's just talking about people doing stuff. The news is people doing stuff. Watching sports is people doing stuff. Talking about sports, good or bad. You're just talking about people doing stuff. This is like this shit Brendan Schaub does. Oh, these fucking, you're not, it's so stupid, man. It's just such a fucking cop-out. Everybody's making content out of everybody. This moral superiority bullshit everybody tries to fucking pull. I'm with JD. I'm over here now with JD. These fucking broads.
Feel nothing. Do you want me to say how I feel about the show so I got all these people arguing in my mentions? I don't want that. I'm over that. I don't want anything to do with that. But holy shit, bro, the apathy I feel towards this show, and it's the same thing that's going to happen on Sunday. We were in Scotland. These international crowds are fucking by far and away the best crowds in the entire world. This crowd tonight is just a taste of what you're going to get on Sunday, because all that matters is what happens in that ring and how the stories develop. The crowd can be as loud as they want for the fucking pro wrestling in there, but man, oh man, that is just a small piece of the puzzle. If you don't give me a reason to care, man, I don't give a fuck how loud the crowd is. You got to give me a reason to care. Right now, they're not doing any of that. And I can't really even pinpoint something on this show that I genuinely do give a shit.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, man. They should have built up to Hurt Syndicate. Well, we know what's going to happen. Like, they made a 3-way tag match so Hurt Syndicate doesn't have to get pinned, and so that they can get the belts on FTR, because Dax is a nutsack kiss. And, Hurt Business are like, fuck around. This is bitch assery, to quote. Or not to quote, but it's bitch assery, right? Just put it that way. So, yeah, fuck it. Fuck them all, I can't think of one thing. It should be Hurt Business versus Edge and Christian for the tag titles. That is what they should have, a big title match between those two big teams. That would really get me hooked in. Joe versus Hangman. With MJF Hangman's cool, but like the story's ass. I'm sorry. And then Joe versus MJF or like Hangman or something I'd be more into. I think I just want to see Joe as like their world champ, man. He's their fucking best guy. I mean, it should be like Joe versus Omega or something, and some sort of feud. Or like if you're building Ospreay up, if he didn't have herniated discs, it could be Joe and Ospreay in like a big program, or for the international title or something. But again, people just come and go. Everyone's part-time. Who cares? Oh, they're going to have great matches. And
about that is a huge red flag. That's how I feel going into Sunday, man. Sunday's going to be a rough pay-per-view, bro. If we're going to be doing it on Sunday, it's going to be a rough watch. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, I'm with him, dude. Luckily, I'm going to be drunk
here
as fuck on the beach. And yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll watch it in the hotel. or I'll watch it the next day, the next morning, or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out, but I'll definitely check it out and review it for you guys on Monday. Will Ospreay, we will circle back to that. Swerve Strickland, we will circle back to that. So WBD HBO Max was in last place again of the major streamers in July by share of TV. So yeah, Warner Bros. Discovery, it's 1.5%. Look at that. All others, 6.6%. Look at that. Even just Peacock. Warner Bros. Is like a bunch of shit. Just Peacock is 1.6. The Warner Bros. Discovery encompasses the Max and Discovery and all that shit. Only 1.5% of the viewership. Look at YouTube, 13.4, Netflix, 8.8. And yet we're still going to sit here and pretend AEW it could possibly be touching WWE's numbers in any way. So Lance Storm calls the MJF, Mark Briscoe, and Hangman Adam Page segment on Dynamite fake and stupid. Exactly, man. So on Dynamite, like MJF's, like, I'm going to light fucking Mark Briscoe on fire. No, you're not. No, you're not. Okay? Everybody on this show stabs people, impales people, lights people on fire, or, kidnaps people. Nothing happens to them. No one's in jail or anything. There's never, like, even in WWE, there's referees, there's management. We know who's in charge. There's people breaking shit up. Tony Khan lets people take the belt, and then he just books them in matches. He lets people kidnap people. There's no investigations. There's no rhyme or reason. Are we supposed to believe MJF's going to commit a fucking murder on a guy and light him on fire to death? And Hangman believes that? Like, we're supposed to believe that, and then all of a sudden MJF's just linked up with more people, and Mark Briscoe's tied up, and there's no fucking repercussions or rhyme or like, and people want to talk about the sports-based wrestling and all this shit. This is hack fucking bad, like, Wrestling Society X level shit. This is fucking a goofball show. It really is, dude. And people just need to accept this. And year over year, the numbers are down in every metric other than the invisible one that no one can see and no one will confirm. Okay? Now, I've heard shit. I'll give this a fucking allegedly. I'm not a dirt sheet, goddammit, so don't take anything I say seriously. But Phil, don't fucking miss. Okay? Where is... Someone gave me a sound bite for that. For this... What is it? Where the fuck was it? Phil, don't miss. It was like a sound bite. I told you so.
Just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
But I don't know, man. I'm hearing like people are fucking kind of worried because like WCW might as well be called that. AEW, like they really do. It's up in the air with WBD in the middle of the fucking next year. So I'm sure there's talents like what the fuck is going to happen. And they don't know. And we haven't seen any mention of AEW with any of this split stuff or anything like that. So, and their TV deal's up right away, I'm pretty sure. So, like end of next year, I want to say, or yeah, I think end of next year. So, it's interesting to say the least. And I don't want to be one of these guys like morale's down backstage, but goddamn, I'm sure there's some people who are fucking concerned or confused, to say the least. And this fake phony shit, it's just not helping them, man. And people lying, dude. One day people in AEW are going to come out and talk about how Dave Meltzer hurt them from the jump. And they'll admit it themselves, and you'll hear it from their own mouths. Okay?
Allegedly.
I truly believe that. One day these guys are going to come out. But I think the sentiment for a lot of people backstage in AEW is Dave Meltzer's fucked us. No one has a clue what's going on with the WBD shit. I bet Tony Khan barely has a fucking clue what's going on. And it's going to be a wild next fucking like year or few months, I guess. Like how long until I can't remember the exact month their TV deal's up, but it's like mid next year. So that's like under a year away, let's say. Where it could get quite interesting. But yeah, I just think that people, I bet I'd be willing to guess that there's people in that company in AEW who think that Meltzer's fucked AEW from the jump. People who've been there from the start who would say that he shot them in the foot before they had a chance to shoot themselves in the fucking foot. And I've been saying that. That's sort of, when that happens, that will vindicate me, because I've been saying that for so long, that he's done nothing but hurt AEW more than Tony Khan has with his bad creative. But it's ultimately on Tony Khan, and they put him up as some sort of savior, which I don't think is the truth, creatively at least, in pro wrestling. Maybe as far as like giving people jobs and shit, because let's be honest, think about how bloated WWE would be. Like, where would 90% of these people be if WWE isn't around? We wouldn't even know so many of them. And maybe Japan would be stronger. Let's be honest. Maybe Japan would be like popping right now. Maybe we'd be like, dude, Nuge is killing the Fed right now, right? Like, who knows how that would go. But I can't wait to get that vindicated. I'll take more victory laps than the Young Bucks in a fucking empty building. Anyways, back to Lance Storm, another fellow Canadian who gets it right. Let's hear what he has to say. He says, my issue is that it comes off so incredibly fake and storyline. This is airing live on TV while this guy threatens attempted murder. If a competitor at Wimbledon grabbed another competitor, doused him in gasoline, and told the opponent in the finals that they had to play with their non-dominant hand, or I'm burning this guy alive, the network would cut the cameras. They would evacuate the stadium. They would call in SWAT and police. Wimbledon wouldn't then sanction the match where the other guy has to then play in the finals against the guy who threatened to kill a person with his non-dominant hand. Well, he agreed to it. What can we do? It's just so fake and stupid. Yeah, it's like a Will Ferrell movie. It's for goofballs. It's a goofball show. You can't buy in anymore. It's supposed to be a live sporting event, and we'll just air this potential murder. Briscoe might get set on fire, and since Paige agreed with it, well, those are the stips. And the stips don't make the match better. It creates an opening for a bunch of BS finishes. Exactly. It doesn't make the match better, which is what you're trying to sell. See, it's the problem. Tony Khan doesn't get what he's trying to sell. None of these people get what they're trying to sell. They're trying to sell two things: a weekly TV show, right? And then they're trying to sell the matches on the pay-per-views. So for the TV show, we need drama. We need sensibility. We need relatability. We need ups and downs. We need character development. We need characters who are ironclad in their... We need heroes who are reaffirmed of their actions over time. Like a Cena, right? Like how a Cena is now, as Tiffy just splatted back of her head on the fucking mat, diving to the outside. We need villains who are so dastardly that there is no forgiving them. We need love. We need betrayal. We need tragedy. We need all these things, right? Well, lighting someone on fire is tragic. No, it's not. Not if you do it like this, right? Just being honest. For real, lighting someone on fire is not tragic. Not in a fake TV show drama way. No, not in this sense. It's goofy and clownish, right? Joe Pesci got lit on fire in Home Alone. It's not tragic. It's fucking funny and stupid and goofy. And this is more in vein of that. The way people perceive it. Just being honest. Just being honest here. So the TV show, you sell that by like the hook. What's the hook, dude, at the end of the show? What's the lesson we learned? What's the, or if you're Family Guy, I can't wait to see more hijinks, etc., etc. But that's a comedy cartoon show. So is AEW supposed to be, I can't wait to see more hijinks. I can't wait to see more threatened murders and no one do anything about them. Like literally no one does anything about any of the attempted murders or kidnappings on this show. There's nothing done. People just do shit and then they just have a match. Then the match is done. Then they just do other shit. So why would anyone care if they don't care? If there's no consequences to any actions. There's no redemption for any actions. There's no payback for any actions. It's just, oh, he hit me in the head, so then I can chair toe him. That's the payback, Phil. No, that's not it. That's not it. JD's trying to explain it. He's like, there's steps to get there and shit. There's rules to writing stories, is what he's trying to say. He's absolutely right about that. There's like certain things you got to do, right? And they don't do any of these fucking things. Listen to them sing through this Nia Jax if you're able to watch. Tiffy, this women's tag match, they're singing the whole time. This whole match, they're singing 5 minutes straight. This crowd's insane. And especially in an industry where we've seen matches a million times. We've seen backflips a million times. We've seen body slams a million times. CM Punk's able to get a body slam over, though. Even MJF, he figured out how to get a body slam over in that fucking match. Especially when everything's been done before. I get that it's hard to be innovative and stuff like that. It's the old Simpsons did it adage. But we still get Rick and Morty's. South Park's still making hilarious shows. People still find a way. Right? People still find a fucking way. I talk for how many hours a week? I look, there's infinite content. I'll never run out. It'll never get stale. Because I know that I'll be able to make new content out of shit. And come at shit with my perspective, right? Your job is to sell. That's how I sell my show. You're supposed to sell your show, Tony. That's with drama and shit like that, okay? I don't know. We beat this to death, right? We beat this to death. If you own it and go, we're a parody of pro wrestling, and then you booked it this way, maybe it would work. Maybe tons of people would watch it and go, but you don't get it, man. They're admittedly like making fun of wrestling. That might actually work. You might be onto something there. But there's nothing to sink our teeth into and get invested in, and it's not sports-based whatsoever. That left a long time ago. And now WWE's on ESPN. It's way more sports-based, and they figured it out. You know, they figured out the formula to produce the shit that people want to watch more and more and more of, and they're not getting tired of. And I know some old heads are, and some people who are like true and tried and true to the wrestling biz. I know they might be like, fuck this, but the sellouts speak for themselves, you know? It's not like, too, they're setting these record gates and the buildings aren't full and shit. So I said it earlier and I'll say it again. The minute the WWE buildings aren't full and they're doing this shit, we will start calling it out more. Do they get more of a pass because it's working? Yes. Okay. Does J-Lo get a pass for fucking lip syncing because she's J-Lo? Yep. Best believe. So, yeah, I think we've made that point. I think we made the point, and let's continue along here. That's the artistic spiel, you know? So here is, again, Caden Carter saying, yeah, I think AEW is more my speed. Of course, everybody's going to say, sign me up. These people who have not had who are used to having contracts and then got released, like Tegan Knox and Cora Jade and everyone, and then they're not getting offered contracts right away. I think it's fucked with them a bit. And every single one of them is thrown out. Yeah, I'd go to AEW. Why? Whereas there was a while there where no AEW people were really even bringing that up, even after they got released, and they would just rather show up. Why? Because they're not getting phone calls. I'm telling you guys that, right? Picking up the phone and calling these, like before it would be, Tony was contract tampering before all the time by his definition and the Sicko's definition and Dave's definition. He was contract tampering a bunch, allegedly. But now, like, he's not just picking up the phone and he's not just like signing. Before it'd be like, we're bringing Isla Dawn in. She's going to be a game changer. Now it's like Isla Dawn shows up and does a job on fucking Ring of Honor or Collision or whatever.
Perfect world. Where would you like to wrestle and why?
I think AEW is my speed because, you know, those girls can fucking go. Like, I love the way that they work. They don't bring the bullshit. They bring the fists. And you know me, I'm a girl that's down to fight. I love that. So I can see myself there, definitely. And just because, like I said, I've worked with a lot of people, like, from Mexico there, like, a lot of people, like, who mentored me, my mentors there, you know, a lot of people who would bring a great support system to me, I feel like, versus where I felt like I didn't have much. It was like me and Casey fighting the world over there. You know what I'm saying? And, like, again, the girls are great over there, but it's not the same that I've connected with people who are over in that business. And I've never been to Japan. And I mean, obviously that would be a great thing because that's very hard hitting. I feel like that's also my speed and my style. And honestly, you know me, I'm just an open book because I just want to work. I want to go where I'm going to fit to work. Even like TNA, I would go there because some of the girls there, I know that, you know, bust their ass and they're trying to put the division on notice as well. And I'm for it. I just want to be a part of a legacy. I missed both evolutions. Like I was there and Casey and I never got to participate in it. And we weren't a part of something that was evolving. I felt like it just didn't feel that way, that we were part of something that evolved the women's division. And I want to be a part of that.
Yeah, shout her out. She has a great look, and I think her and Casey too should just team up in TNA. Their knockouts division's cooking lately. It's got so much
perfect world.
It's got so much depth, and they book everyone well, and they keep everyone strong. Man, I don't know. People are getting over. Like Ash by Elegance is getting over. Dana Brooke. So to close out SmackDown, guys, what happened was they showed the ending graphics, and then Cena leaves his dressing room, big smile on his face. And then that's when Nick Aldis chases after Cena as he's about to leave the building. And he goes, "John, I just spoke to Brock." And then the crowd goes, "Oh, shit." And then Logan Paul runs up and right hook KOs Cena out of nowhere, like in the parking lot, semi. He's like leaving the building. And then he runs off laughing. So Logan Paul got the last laugh on Cena there, laid him out. And also, he's like, "I just heard from Brock," but Aldis didn't get to tell Cena what it was because he like chased off Logan. So I believe Brock is going to show up in Paris, obviously in F5 Cena, like after the match again, or maybe he'll even get involved in the match in some way or some shit. And yeah, don't be shocked if we see a wild Brock show up in Paris. That was a really great ending. Sorry for spoiling it if you guys haven't seen it, but pretty solid episode of SmackDown. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. So moving along here with some news. So Dynamite garnered its third lowest audience for the year. For Wednesday's Go Home show. Dynamite averaged 560K, down 18%. I feel like we just read this where they were down like 30%. So does this mean from 2 weeks ago they're down like 58% viewership or something? Where does Dave lie and say all these viewers go, Max? Like, how? So tired of the fibbery. But per WrestleNomics, blah, 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 dude, they sucked. They did a shitty fucking 500,000 shit fucking rating, okay? Like, I'm just tired of talking about it, dude. Can they put on a good show already? Like, fuck. So Nick Wayne broke his foot and is out of the match at Forbidden Door. So it's going to be Kip Sabian, who realistically has nothing to do with Christian or Edge, other than, like, Sabian was in that faction. And then it's Luchasaurus. Again, and they're calling him Kill Switch, I think, but he's wearing fucking green. Again, and they had a cool little vignette of like his return. I think they should have just brought Jungle Boy and Lucha back together and just put them to fucking together again. Like, oh, bad guy Luchasaurus comes, he, you know, choke slamming them, blah, blah, blah. No one gives a fuck. Nick Wayne broke his foot. He won't even have to vacate that stupid ass title he's been holding. I mean, Mama Wayne's real thick, so everyone likes fucking staring at her while she's out there. Edge and Christian are back together, but they just completely fumbled the fucking reunion, in my opinion. It should have been more powerful. You're at this show. This Dynamite, okay, this European crowd for Dynamite in Scotland or whatever the fuck, they weren't, where were they? I completely forget. Scotland. They weren't as hot as they would be for WWE or this Dublin crowd was. Let's just be honest, but they were loud. But they weren't like popping and going absolute insane for everything. And they should have been going nuts for this Edge Christian reunion, man. And it just felt like a wet fart. And then it was just convoluted with a bunch of bullshit when the show opened with a bunch of bullshit. So there's just no, and then it ended with it, but there's no end in sight for all the bullshit. So Forbidden Door London, I guess, yeah, we're getting Edge and Christian. I mean, that'll be cool. I guess that's like the highlight for me is seeing them get back together. But Tony Khan praises Alex Windsor and says she is having a great year and taking advantage of a great opportunity. Calls her debut in the women's casino gauntlet at All in Texas a bright spot of the match. Says she isn't just a top star of the future, she's a top star right now. God. See, it's people like Tony Khan who go, she's a top star. It's like, no, she's fucking not. And I'm not even shitting on her. I think she's awesome in the ring. The crowds aren't reacting to her. She has a job because she's Bruv's wife, dude. That's all it is. Like, we know. Just another nepotism hire, Tony. And like, is it clicking? I don't know. You had Jamie Hayter right there, and she just reminds me of, honestly, no offense to her, a shittier Jamie Hayter. Like before she started doing like the Scooby-Doo outfits or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, shout out Alex Windsor. I'm not hating on her, just she's not established yet, and he's calling her a top star. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Tony Khan has teased that AEW will return to the UK before AEW All In next year. All right, based on that feedback, you know what? Maybe we won't have to wait until next summer to come back. Maybe we'll come back earlier. God. He might just be talking shit. He talks a lot of shit. So Meltzer had this to say. Dynamite was down from recent weeks in total viewers. Demo, not so much. Behind by number by its standards, as well as Little League World Series and Fox News. So Fox News, again, is like 7 fucking shows. And he's like, Little League World Series. And then he even said that the Little League World Series fucking did higher than usual numbers. Yeah. So, like, he's literally fucking...
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
I mean, man, like, what do you call that if it's not shilling? Bro is really sitting here blaming the Little League World Series for fucking Dynamite's shitty TV number. So AEW will be returning to Australia in 2026, confirmed. And then Heel Usie's like, are they going to ship a ring this time? Which, yeah, I'm willing to bet any money they fucking do. And if they don't, you're just proving us all right. So AEW's Dustin Rhodes has now had double knee replacement surgery. And yeah, I hope he has a healthy recovery and all of that. And he's going to get back in the ring, that crazy son of a bitch. So Tony Khan was asked how he feels he has grown and matured as a leader since the start of AEW. And he said AEW's success is a team effort. And as the coach of the problem, dude, he credited the success of AEW this year to the wrestlers, to the new media rights agreement, and the fans. So he's like, oh, the success is because of this media rights deal and shit. So it's yay capitalism when Tony does it. It's not yay capitalism when WWE does it. We'll rule you. Got it. So he continues along. We have a lot more of this media call shit, right? From the Observer. So he's asked about WWE going head-to-head with the potential impact of a new media deal. Tony focused on their own 2025, which he has been happy with from their TV shows to Max. He again said they have grown their cable audience. How? This week you didn't. Last week you didn't. Year over year you didn't. And then to Max. That's a lie. It's just all lies, bro. We grew our cable audience. No, you haven't. He again said that they have grown their cable audience and found new viewers on Max. You can't prove that. You can't prove that. The only people... No, I haven't seen one testimony of someone going, I discovered AEW through Max. Oh my God, this is amazing. I'm a new viewer. No one says that at all. Nobody. Not even in Meltzer's fake polls. Nobody says that. They all just say, anybody who gives testimony online, they're all just saying like, oh, I started watching on Max when they went there. I switched to Max. That's the only shit you hear from people. Most people aren't even watching on Max when you talk to them, from what I've seen, but that's anecdotal. But again, show me one person saying, I fucking started watching this shit because it was new to me on Max and I was just surfing Max, and that just doesn't happen. And the problem with these streamers like Max like, okay, Netflix, you can just, it's known as a streamer where you open it, you scroll, and you might find something good. Even like Prime, a lot of these streamers have that reputation, but a lot of them have the reputation of, they have this thing I like, so I go there for this thing I like. That's sort of Max, I think. Said he doesn't want to focus on other wrestling promotions. He's been super focused on what they're doing. He's asked about pay-per-view being dead and whether he's interested in having pay-per-view on one platform. Khan put over AEW success on pay-per-view and his various partners. He says he is looking forward to HBO Max joining the pay-per-view party, but doesn't give an update on the date. So again, just this runaround, just leading us along. Like, yeah, Max will have pay-per-views. Will when? When are they gonna? Because we haven't seen it yet. Asked if FD could return to a more AEW versus New Forbidden Door. Because again, it's Forbidden Door. Wrestle Dream with this Japanese shit. This Japanese text and this Japanese shit in the background. No fucking New Japan versus AEW matches. Forbidden Door is not a Forbidden Door. It's just the name of a pay-per-view now and the concept's dead. It's just like bad WCW, right? It's like calling some shit War Games and having no War Games match. It's just a name of a fucking show now because it has nothing to do with New Japan.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Other than like, Tanahashi will be in a match here. Okay, but he was just in a match on fucking Dynamite, so who gives a shit? And then again, like, the Observer writes this, like, he put over this. He put over the roster and said that. Like, what kind of journalism is that? He put over this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He put over the roster and said in the future Forbidden Door will hopefully come before the G1. He did say he'll continue to do whatever's best for the event. It's like, man, do real writing, like do real journalism. So Khan said he's looking to use Yota Tsuji for Forbidden Door, but he wasn't available for the TV or the pay-per-view. He considered Tsuji as a world title challenger. Khan said even though some of his partners can't fully participate, it's okay because we're a team. Khan said Forbidden Door will be one of their top 5 gates in AEW history. And noteworthy that 3 of their top 4 will be events held in London. You're an American-based company, bro. Khan said he and Stardom President Okada talked about Forbidden Door and Bozilla. Top choice to represent them. Asked about the sequel to Fight Forever. Khan said he's not an expert in video games. He tried to take advice from those who know, and they learned a lot. He hopes to make the next game much better and learn from those experiences. He said they're doing great things that are their core competencies like TV and pay-per-view. So there's not going to be another game, guys. And if it is, it'll just be like a shitty one like this one. It'll be like a reskin, like just a new skin slapped on this game. Asked about the lineup for the Lights Out Cage match. He said it was the exact lineup he dreamed of. He simply asked Tanahashi if he wanted to do it, and he said yes. So just terrible booking, dude. I don't know. A lot of cope and fakery going on there. So CMLL reportedly had a getaway car for MJF following his heated angle where he spat on Mystico's mask and buried them. It's funny, though, because El Grande and Dom can get more heat. Meanwhile, MJF has to, like, spit on people. Fuck Mexico. Do, like, this little childish, shitty fucking super, I'm edgy. Like, it's just so cringe the way he's, like, trying to get heat. And he does have good heat there, but... yeah, I don't know. And then they're talking about like CMLL selling all these tickets. Their tickets are way cheaper than fucking AAA shows from what I understand as well. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Someone can correct me, but that's my understanding of things. And AAA is hot in like a whole other way, not to diminish CMLL, but you know, Dave is just like, he's trying to paint the picture that CMLL's beating WWE even. They're just fucking lying through their teeth. But yeah, he took Mystico's mask off and shit. There's more heat on him in CMLL than AEW, which is a problem. So here's Dave just stooging. He stooged along the whole way. Why? Because he wants to bury the Hurt Syndicate. He doesn't, in Dave's mind, he's buried. I was informed that it just comes from one fucking source, quote unquote. One person went and fucking talk shit about Hurt Syndicate. And that's how all this shit got spread about the Mike Bailey stuff and everything. And yeah, it's not like MVP ever said, "Oh, I fucking hate Mike Bailey," like I broke down before, weeks ago when it went down. It's just that they want to build people and put people over, and they're just there to do business. And so is Mike Bailey. Mike Bailey's not an unprofessional, butthurt fucking loser who's like, "Oh, he doesn't like me." They just shot that video backstage. They're two pros. They just shook hands and fucking, there you go. So, which was, so funny to just make the dirt sheets look so fucking stupid all in one day. But, yeah, man, it's just always one little weasel who wants to leak something out, and then Dave and them and Brian Alvarez just push it so hard because they've been burying Hurt Syndicate since they got into AEW. Like, we've been covering it here. We've been chronicling it here at PWT. Dave has been like, "Oh, they're old 50-year-old, whatever." Like, he's been shitting on them since they've come to AEW. So now the narrative is like, "Oh, they don't want to do jobs." It's like, no, they're just not going to say yes to everybody. Like, you really want Jet Speed to go 50-50 with them? No. Like, and it's good. They should be saying no. Right? And Shelton Benjamin's already put people over. Like, what, you want Lashley to lay down for Garcia or something? You're fucking retarded. Like, I'm sorry. That's just like you can't, if that's what they expect, I'm sorry, but you should be grateful. Like, Shelton's doing the busiest. And even like Lashley, he's a fucking tag champ. Like, I've harped on this enough, but he should be in a world title match against Joe. Realistically, man, that could maybe get them some eyeballs and ratings and shit. You have guys like Lance Archer sitting at home talking about fucking Sunday school or whatever he's doing. Come on. Let's get, like, come on, dude. You could have a monstrous world heavyweight title picture. And instead you got butterfly jeans going around. I call my title the men's world title because there's also women in this world too, if you didn't know. It's like, okay, bro, could you white knight any fucking harder? It's cringe, right? And so white knighting is what Dax fucking does for AEW. And so we've had Meltzer this whole time like a puppy dog. "Oh, yeah, they're going to get the belts. Don't worry," because he thinks he's helping AEW. Meanwhile, he's telling a bunch of people, "Don't watch this shit." He's telling a bunch of people who watch for Hurt Syndicate, "Don't watch this shit." Some of the guys who are the fucking only stars you have in this company, who look the most legit out of anyone in this company, who are the most legit out of anyone in this company, and don't watch this shit because they're about to lose the tag straps, which is the little scraps they got since they've been here, other than their fucking bank accounts getting swollen, but they're, they're just going to drop them to FTR. Dave couldn't wait to stooge this because he thinks all the chuckle fucks, and it kind of is, the sickos they're narrowing it down to, they are happy to see Lashley and them lose the fucking belts because Dave's been burying them and shit. So Dave can't wait to report. We're getting a fucking Dave Meltzer dumb moment
The
of
best
the week.
guys, Tony Khan.
Right? And Dave is just stooging this whole time. Like, why would you, if you're Tony Khan or you're one of these assholes in AEW talking to Dave, why do you think this would benefit your show to have this dumb fuck just stooge what you're going to do at the pay-per-view? Why would I buy your pay-per-view? Holy shit, man. And so Dave, it's going to come out one day. I'm telling you, I'm going to be so vindicated when people come out and say, "This guy fucking sucks and stinks and hurt us from day one." And notice a lot of these AEW folks don't bury Dave and shit. Why? Because they know who Tony texts. Anyways, it was known sometime back that AEW wanted the tag titles on FTR to do a program with Copeland and Cage. Was that known a while back? I don't know if people knew that, Dave, unless you fucking stooge it. And here's the thing. That's cool if it was known a while back, and it's cool that Edge and Christian are friends with FTR, so they want to do the program with FTR. But Edge and Christian can't win them off of heel hurt business. So Edge and Christian can't turn babyface to win it off of heel hurt business to then do a program with heel FTR after. Instead, heel FTR are going to get them from heel Hurt Syndicate and then battle fucking like, What the fuck are we
Thank
doing?
you, fuck you, bye. Boom. Stupid idiot.
It's like taking the easy. It reminds me of like the movie. What is it? Like Scary Movie, where I think it's like Carmen Electra. She's running away from the killer and she's like running and her tits are bouncing. And then she stops at the sign and then the one sign points the one way and it says light safety. And then the other sign points the other way and it says death. And then she looks both ways like, and then she runs down the death path. Right. It reminds me of like a Wile E. Coyote Acme cartoon or something where it's like, oh, go this way and you don't want to go down that road. And it's like they just take the hard path around. You know, it's like the cab driver who takes the long way to fucking milk the most out of the fucking trip. That's what it feels like with AEW. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hurt Syndicate could have been the reason Edge and Christian got back together. And then you have a money match with them. And then you can do Edge and Christian against FTR in their first program. But instead, they got to do it this way because it's like a punishment of Hurt Syndicate. At least that's my fucking theory. Right? And it might not be presented that way backstage, but we know about the pettiness. We know about the ghosting and all that bullshit. And so that's my theory on it. This is like, and then what do they do to get away from that? They added a third team. So now it's a 3-man tag. So they don't have to pin Hurt Syndicate. And I hope Hurt Syndicate was like, no, we're not fucking losing FTR either. I hope they said that. I bet they didn't, but I hope that's what they said. And that's why they had to add the third team. And Hurt Syndicate are like kind of baby face heels after the MJF shit. Like no one really knows. And they just kibosh the MJF shit. Now they're going to drop these titles. And then what? They're just all going to go sit at home like Miro did? Tony? We know you paid Miro like $4.5 million. Right? Miro was making like 1.1 minimum, 1.2 to 1.5 to fucking something in that range. 1.3, something like that, I guarantee minimum a year. Sitting at fucking home. Right? And you're paying him like fucking how long did he sit there? So is that what you're going to do to Lashley and them, who we know are making how much fucking money? Come on now. That's pretty crazy, dude. It's pretty crazy you just let Dave stooge this too. Fuck, man. So we're going to preview Forbidden Door in just a second, but Hangman Adam Page says he refers to the AEW world title as the men's world title to help put it on the same level as the women's world title. What you want to do is put the women's world title on the same level as the men's world title. You dumbass. Jesus Christ. Well, why is it lower? Because it is. I don't make the rules. I didn't make biology and what people like. I didn't invent that. God or Buddha or whatever did, bro. Galactus, whatever the fuck, right? He says it's an important distinction because it does put them on the same level. Our women's roster in AEW is incredible. They are just as, in many cases, more talented than many on the men's roster. I think our fans connected with them in a way just as equally as they do with us. To have two divisions, a men's and women's division, but to have to call one by the women's world championship and the other as if it's the more important one. No, that's not why they do that, bud. That's not why they do that. It's just to make the distinction, right? So if UFC goes, oh, the featherweight, it's the featherweight championship, and then they don't, and then they just go the featherweight title, and it's the women's fight. You know, it's just like you gotta make the distinction, right? I feel like that's not how we present our roster on television. Okay, Hangman, you're fucking coping and lying because Tony Khan doesn't know how to book women's wrestling, and they get way less time on their show than WWE. So that's bullshit. They are not presented equally at all. We've seen the same 4-way number one contender bullshit style match. We've seen the same. This is all that happens in AEW's women's division. Ready? Women wins title. Woman debuts. Woman runs out. Woman attacks woman. Other woman runs out. Helps woman. Women team up. Fight each other. Women go in fatal 4-way for a fucking number one contender match. Repeat. That's all it is. Every single fucking, those are the 4 things he knows how to do. Yeah, I don't know. He's like, it's just a personal choice. You're just like a creepy white knight, dude, is all that gives off to me, dude. Honestly, when dudes start white knighting like that, there's always nefarious reasons behind it, you know? Speaking of nefarious, guys, there is like 264 of you watching across X and YouTube. Make sure you come to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Subscribe. We blew past 7K subs on the one channel. We're on our way to 7,100 subs and 8K subs. And on the other channel, we're past 2K subs. Become a member for 99 cents. You get access to my bonus shows. I do them Monday. I'm live Wednesdays and Saturdays. I'm live right now because I'm going on a vacation this weekend. And Monday, I'll review Forbidden Door. Typically, we watch the PLEs. Guys, consider becoming a patron. You guys can hit like, subscribe, super chat in, hit dislike, leave a comment, tell me to fuck myself, tell me the show's great, all that good YouTube shit. Back to the show. This is the main part of WWE news, AEW news that I wanted to get into. And it involves injury
The best
and
guys,
shit.
Tony Khan.
Swerve Strickland is working with a torn meniscus. So he's been wrestling, he's been on the shows, and he's been working with a torn meniscus, and it isn't anything new. He's actually had a tear since 2019 when he was training at the Performance Center. There is a possibility he could require surgery and time off. The word earlier this year was that Swerve is actually going to take time off after All In, but that didn't end up happening. Why? They don't need you on the show, bro. You don't add anything to the show, and it's no offense, but you blocked me, so fuck it. Okay, you don't add anything that you're not like boosting the fucking ratings to where it's like, holy shit, Swerve's on the show. So just take the time off and get healthy. Fuck this shit. AEW, their health medical shit is laughable. Behind the scenes, I'm gonna tell you guys this: in the fucking wrestling world, it is a laughing stock. Danielson isn't even cleared to do shit, they say, and then he just goes out there and does it. That's stupid and dumb and dangerous. I'm sorry. Ospreay, who we're gonna talk about in a second, Swerve is wrestling with a torn meniscus, won't take the time off. And then you see people who do get injured and then they get shelved forever, or they're, you have Edge breaking a tibia. You have fucking Matt Hardy getting overly concussed, cracking his skull. We've seen multiple knockouts, people throwing up in the ring, all kinds of gruesome shit, man. And it's only going to get worse. And somebody, I know it's hack kind of to say like somebody will die. Man, Ospreay's talking about, and we're going to get into that. I guess let's just go over to Bruv. So Swerve is hurt, right? Nothing new. Ospreay talked about on the show and how he needs surgery and he's hurt, and his comments are 100% legitimate. So what he's saying is that he has 2 vertebrae, or 2 herniated discs rather. Now, bro, you might pinch a fucking nerve. You might sever some shit. You might 2 herniated discs, and he's just like, fuck it, I'm going to go and do a 630 senton, and I'm going to fight in this cage match, bro. Like, what are you fucking doing, bruv? What the fuck are you doing? I just love this so much. And then they worked the very real life, we have no medical, into a storyline. It's unsanctioned. This is the same company where Tony said he feared for his life because a table got bumped in front of him. And they're being sued because a cameraman got pushed to the fucking ground by Moxley. And we have guys like running around hurt, people getting cleared who wouldn't get cleared in WWE, people who don't get cleared by most doctors and then have to go seek out specific doctors that in America you just pay people, so they'll just tell you you're okay. They have the doc back there telling Danielson certain shit he can't do, and then he goes and does it. Then you have Ospreay going, oh man. And then AEW won't just like pay this asshole some money who hurt his fucking back for getting pushed over. Like, I don't mean to call him an asshole, but Moxley pushes the guy over, and AEW's like, no, we're going to fight against that. And they think they have a fucking case. Like, what kind of redacts are running the fucking legal department there? Is it still that mega chick? That fucking broad. Oh, but for real, like she, whatever. Listen, Will Ospreay's comments about needing neck surgery on Dynamite were 100% legit. He's looking at neck surgery in the near future. This guy's career's cooked already, man. And what has he done? Signs this big deal with Tony, gets neck surgery, done, cooked. Can't give his best years to Tony. They're behind him. Dave Meltzer's even saying he should just wrestle a WWE style. He could still do it. Why didn't he sign to WWE then? Oh, well, more money. Well, you guys talk about the wrestling and the art and the love of pro wrestling, and you guys shit on the economics of pro wrestling when it's for WWE. So why would that be an excuse? It's just a bunch of people who don't care about the wrestlings. They like move corn. Okay, cornography with a C, corn with a K, like the band, cornography. Okay. They just like move corn. They just want to watch YouTube highlights of people doing moves and almost fucking destroying themselves and putting themselves in wheelchairs. That's what botchamania is for, folks. And they don't really care about the wrestlers, or they would be like, Tony, don't fucking do that. Like, don't let him do this. Right? So Will Ospreay, on potentially needing to adjust his style, he says, I know what lies ahead, and I know it's going to be coming after this, bruv. I just don't know what that looks like, bruv. People that have said after this, like, there's things that you're going to have to say no to, and there's things that you're going to have to turn down on with my style, and it's not computing in my head, bruv, because I just feel like I'm in good shape right now, bruv. You're not. You have 2 herniated discs. You don't want them to pinch a nerve. You don't want that to go right into your fucking spinal cord or something like that. When you compress the discs in your spine, what happens is the vertebrae start like spiking out and shit. You don't want that to like have some strange like accident like the Dynamite Kid where he just jumps over a guy and he fucking is wheelchair bound. Doing a leapfrog fucking right? He's doing a fucking hit the ropes, drop down, leapfrog, headlock, fucking ends his career, bro. You don't want that to happen. Right? So I'm worried about you, bro. And I'm worried about an unsanctioned cage match, bruv. Like, what does that mean? What are you going to fucking do? So he says, if there's the smallest chance that I'm not going to be the exact same afterwards, I'm just going to go in there at Forbidden Door and just be Will Ospreay for one last night. So good for him, man. But yeah, here's the thing. And I've preached this on the show a bunch, right? These athletes, and this applies to pro wrestlers, this applies to actors too. We see instances of actors who will starve themselves for roles. Or Hugh Jackman, who will do bulk up for Wolverine, he will get utterly unhealthy. He will fucking bulk up, not eat, chug a Red Bull, pump his veins up, and then go and act out a scene so he looks as juicy as possible. We've seen Christian Bale suck all his weight down. We've seen Brendan Fraser in The Whale blow and balloon himself up to unhealthy weights. Actors will kill themselves for the fucking role. Delete themselves, sorry, YouTube. We're talking about in Minecraft and fake movies, right? In fake Hollywood movies. Athletes will do the same. In boxing, there are deaths. In MMA, there are fucking deaths. I mean, it's very, very, very rare in MMA. In boxing's much more dangerous. People don't realize because like when you get knocked down, you keep getting up and people go, there's the 3 knockdown rule. Yeah, but in MMA, if you get knocked down brutally and then pounded, it's over. In boxing, you'll get knocked down. You get 10 seconds or so to come to, right? Which watch an MMA. People get knocked down, then they get right back up. Like you can pop up after you're knocked out. It doesn't mean your brain's not rattling in your skull still, right? And so in boxing, like it's just recently in Japan on the same card, there were 2 deaths on the same card in Japan. Fucking crazy, dude. And weight cutting is a bitch. But anyways, besides that, right? Athletes will push themselves. Like that's why there's throwing in the towel, because there are fighters who are like, no, I'm good to go. And they will fight, keep going, even though they shouldn't. There are football players who are concussed and are like, no, I'm still going. There are pro wrestlers who've injured themselves and are like, finish the match. You have athletes, there are runners who will run and then collapse, even marathon runners. There's something in athletes that a lot of other people don't have. That's why they're able to work out and go so crazy and with the fitness and all that shit, right? And push themselves to a limit cardio-wise and stuff other people might not be able to, especially in combat and pain sports, right? And wrestling is one of those. It is a version of combat entertainment, right? It involves you getting hurt every single night you go out there. It involves you hurting yourself to some degree, just even hitting the ropes. So you have to protect people from themselves, okay? You have to. Look at Chris Benoit. Nobody caught it quick enough, right? You have to protect people from themselves, especially athletes. They will die in that ring. There's people who mean that. I bet you it would be Ospreay's dream to die in the ring. And like, I'm not trying to be morbid or dark. Like, I bet you, and if you asked him, he's like, I would fucking that. I bet you a lot of wrestlers would want that, because that's what they love doing. And I'm not hating on that, but like, I don't want to see that. You have kids or stepkids or whatever, bruv. You have a wife, right? Like, come on, bruv. Just think about, like, it's your life, but think about it a little bit. Your life means something to other people's lives. Okay, so just be cool, man. I don't want you to not walk. I'll make fun of you for being obsessed with Triple H, but I don't want you to not walk ever again. So he says, I am compromised. I've got a few. So that's like 3 or 4. Like, what is a few, man? Herniated discs pushing against my spinal cord, which is affecting a couple of my nerves. Yeah, I've been there, bro. That is not good. But I can do stuff and I can perform one last time before I need to get it all corrected. No, here's the problem. It's never fully corrected. When you herniate a disc, it's something you live with. It's not something you ever fix. So you're only going to make it worse, landing on your fucking back and doing backflips. For the love of God. AEW get some medical, like, Jesus Christ. Oh, what, you're hating on a guy like wrestling and doing what he loves and making money? Tony will pay him to be there regardless. Hey, Will Ospreay beat the Young Bucks for the power of EVP, right? Make Will Ospreay the fucking GM of Dynamite, you dumb motherfuckers who don't know how to book wrestling. Oh, Swerve's hurt too, and Swerve and Ospreay beat the Elite for the EVP status of the company. Make them the GM of the fucking show! So they can rest up. Don't put them in cage matches. I don't know! The fuck? Sorry, guys. I get passionate here. When it comes to the safety of some of these guys. I'm an Ospreay fan from way back. What can I say? So Will Ospreay confirms that he will be having neck surgery after Forbidden Door. So it's like, what the fuck? If that was UFC, bro, they'd go and get the surgery right now. They don't say, oh, wait for this. You think you need surgery? You go and fucking get the surgery right now. So here's the Forbidden Door card, guys. How long have we been going for today? 3.5, man. Not bad at all. So let's preview this. Lights out steel cage match. Guys, I'll lock in my official picks right now. Even though we do it the night of, I won't be here the night of. I'll be live tweeting drunk as fuck on the beach. Babe, I'm going to be live tweeting the whole time. Just kidding. No, I'm going to be having fun doing my goddamn thing. But, let's give our picks. Picks against Phil. Come on down. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. The price is right. So the lights out steel cage match. On one side, we have John Moxley, Hot Poxley, who no one could give a fuck about. We have Claudio Clan Stignoli. No, just kidding. But Claudio, which, like, okay, whatever. That's cool, I guess. The Young Bucks, who gives a shit? Then Gabe Kidd, who had one G1 match. And then he had one G1 match, bailed out of the rest of the thing, and then can do shit for AEW. And this is why New Japan's dying. And then the other reason New Japan's dying, no offense, Tanahashi. He loves AEW. He's like, yeah, I'll jump in this match. Yeah, I'll take Gabe Kidd out of the G1, then let him go to AEW for a cage match. He's too hurt to wrestle in the G1, but he's going to go team up with Hot Poxley. Like, fuck you. How about that? How about fuck you, Tanahashi, as well? Like, listen, I'm a fan. I'm a big Tanahashi fan. Did y'all see him on Dynamite? Like, come on, man. Are you just being a mark for yourself too? And like Tony's a mark for you, so you guys are just marking out together. Like, what's going on over there? I'm just done biting my tongue for some of these fucking wrestlers too. Like, I just don't give a shit. Enough of them have told me they like me and shit. It'd be nice to some of you motherfuckers too, who tell me you're fucking down, would like publicly fucking go, not even say PWT is dope, but be like, yo, fuck these like fuck Meltzer and stuff. That'd be really cool too. Because it would, you know what I mean? That would be awesome to get a little vindication, but it's all good. It's coming in due time. But either way, man, this cage match, who gives a fuck? Oh, it's lights out. Okay. Darby's in it. No one cares. Like, the crowd does not care that he's back at all. I think people were happy with him being gone. Ibushi's in it. Okay. He's fucking washed. No offense. I used to love Ibushi. Ospreay's in it. Okay. He just said he's practically in a fucking wheelchair. Omega's in it. So that whole team is Allen, who does disgusting shit. Ospreay, who's like, I'm going to be need a wheelchair soon, bruv. Ibushi, who's like, my legs don't work. Literally. He's like, oh, I just get hurt. Omega, who just had gut surgery and is like, changed his style up because he doesn't want to get hurt. And then you have fucking Tanahashi, who's completely washed. Like, just completely an old man, shouldn't be in there. So it's just going to be them doing gory shit to Allen and everybody fake bleeding and shit. I don't know, man. I don't really care. I'm going to go with Darby and these guys get the win. The AEW World Tag Team Championship match, you have Bro Dito, because for some reason Bandito's like, I'm the world ROH champion, but I'm just a tag guy in AEW. And I just tag with Brody King because that makes sense, right? So it's Brodito against FTR against Hurt Syndicate. And the reason they did this is so that FTR can pin like Bandito or Brody King and then get those belts off Lashley and them. And then Tony can be like, see, you guys don't have to job and FTR can win. And then TBS Championship 4-way, Mercedes Moné, Persephone from CMLL versus a random person from Stardom we don't know versus Alex Windsor for the TBS Championship, because why not? Why not just have a random thrown together 4-way for the belt? Because why not just have a random Stardom person deserves a shot and a random CMLL girl? Well, Persephone's got a bit of a name. She deserves a shot. And then Alex Windsor, because she's just shoved down our throats the way fucking Roman Reigns would be back in the day, and the AEW fans won't say shit about it. They won't say shit about it, even though you have Queen Aminata sitting there, Julia Hart, Thekla, Sky Blue. You have all these girls you've already brought in. Mina Shirakawa, you just re-signed, and she's a proven commodity, along with Mariah May and fucking Toni Storm. And she's just, oh, you're in Ring of Honor now, and we're not even building you up for a shot at Monet. And like, we had Camille for 1 second. Women have two matches, on this show. And you know Tony's going to add 12 more matches before like the night of. And Hangman's like, oh, we're equal here in AEW. Really? Because the women's division doesn't look like it. You know? Sounds like you're just talking shit, fake cowboy. So then AEW World Tag Team titles, we already covered that one. But this tag match here, Kip Sabian versus Nick Wayne. Nick Wayne won't be there. His mom's tits will be replacing him. No, They weigh just as much. Am I right? Oh, go. No, but those things are distracting. I mean, come on. But yeah, Kip Sabian and Luchasaurus, I believe, will be taking on Cope and Cage. I'm down with it, I guess, right? That's like the match I think I'm most looking forward to, just to see those two tag again. And I'm actually glad Nick Wayne's out of it because he's just not a believable guy to me yet. I just think, again, they're pushing him way quicker than he should be pushed. And they're trying to establish him like he's actually a good wrestler. Like, no, you're doing that with Fletcher, you know? Speaking of Fletcher, the TNT title, he will take on Takahashi. Also, a lot of this shit's predictable. I haven't given my picks. I'll just go back and quickly pick it all because it's all so predictable. IWGP World Heavyweight Championship, Zack Sabre Jr. versus Nigel McGuinness. So that's a huge match for London. And then Daniel Garcia is just there. Daniel Garcia is just there on the poster for some reason behind Nigel. He's sticking up for Nigel, his boyfriend, sticking up for him. You know what I mean? Like, what is this? Daniel Garcia is such a bitch on the show. Like, they've booked him to look like such a pussy that no one cares about, that the fucking color commentators got to stand up and go, oh, I'll fight Zack Sabre for you. I'll fight your battles for you against hologram and shit. Holy man. Toni Storm Athena is going down for the AEW Women's World Title. Okay. And then you have the unified title. That's just the dumbest name for a belt ever. Hurt Swerve Strickland taking on Okada. So this shit's so predictable, man. I think the steel cage match, the baby faces will win. So Team Darby Allin. In the tag team title match, FTR will win. The TBS title, Monet will win. Cope and Cage are going to win. Obviously, Zack Sabre is going to win. They're not going to put they're not going to put New Japan's world title on a hurt Nigel McGuinness who can like maybe wrestle sometimes. And again, a guy who's cleared in AEW and wouldn't get cleared anywhere else is a fucking hypocrite. I'm sorry, but for the guy who's like, does a documentary about fucking AIDS or whatever and how swapping blood and doing razor blade spots is so bad. And then he's in bloody ass AEW where that's the only thing they can fucking do to get over is chop themselves up and shit. Find that quite ironic. TNT title, obviously Fletcher's beating Takahashi. Like, what are we doing here? Now, for the women's title, I could see that I could see Toni dropping it to Athena, who then drops both of those belts because Athena's still the Ring of Honor Women's World Champion, right? Am I mistaken on that? Am I wrong on that? So I told you guys, just because Monet lost that match against Storm for the world title, she still never lost a belt, and Athena is the current champion. And it doesn't mean that they're not going to go back to Monet winning the AEW Women's World Title or the ROH Women's Title. I've told you guys they're going to go back to that. There's no way that she doesn't end this by winning both of those belts too. They're just milking it, and it became predictable. All in London, I think, was Tony Khan's plan, but it just became overly predictable. So he did do the right thing for once, and he put it on Toni Storm and gave a little bit of shock value there. But I think they're just taking a longer route to get there, and I could absolutely see Athena as the ROH Women's title, and possibly with the help of Monet, because Athena and Monet have sort of been teaming up. Well, not even sort of. They have been. They've been teaming up. And what this is building to, and I just broke it down before, this is all Tony Khan knows. It's like woman debuts, woman runs out, saves woman, women team up, women fight each other, they break up, they're forgotten about, new woman debuts, woman fights woman. You know, women are in a fatal four-way for the title. It's just the same shit over and over. And so Mercedes and Athena are teaming up right now. And they're on the indies doing shit and trying to go viral together and blah, 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 blah. So I could see Athena winning this title. And I could see there being a triple threat or a fatal four-way down the line for both the Ring of Honor and AEW women's world titles, maybe even like a women's ladder match where they're both hanging up and there's like 4 people, or maybe just a triple threat for both belts. But I see Monet getting both belts off of Athena in one swoop. It won't be like, oh, I beat Tony, then I beat Athena. Monet will beat Athena and get both the straps. Now, do they pull the trigger here and get, I don't like, maybe this one is me analyzing it in fantasy mark booking way too deep, but this is the belt I could see, because I don't see any of the belts other than the tag belts switching hands at this fucking thing. And especially now with knowing Swerve's hurt and he was planning to take time off, then not, he ain't lose. They're going to keep Okada's reign reigning. Okay. They're going to have him set some crazy record with that, because that's all Tony thinks about. He doesn't fucking think about anything else. It's just, oh, he held this belt longer than anybody's ever held an AEW belt in history. He looks at weird factoids like that, right? So, again, and I don't think I picked that one, but yeah, Okada's going to defend that belt. And I don't see MJF winning this world title from Hangman yet. But if it's me, I put the world title on MJF. I think people are more interested in him than Hangman. But I just don't see it yet. I think they're really rallying behind Hangman again. But for this women's match, I could see Tony dropping it to Athena, and then eventually Monet and Athena feud. Monet gets both of those belts in one match off of her. And that's my preview for Forbidden Door, ladies and gentlemen. Ichi Nissan Da all together. For AEW, that was AEW news, ladies and gentlemen. Ichi Nissan Da. Where the fuck is the Ichi Nissan? Okay, let's check in with chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you're on X, there's still more show. So stay locked in. We are not done. It ain't over. Oh, no, it ain't over. It ain't over. We ain't done. It ain't over till I say it's over. So, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the show right now is none other than Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yeah.
It had to be done. Guys, run those likes up. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet, send in a super chat, you cheapos. No. Become a member, 99 cents. You get access to member shows. I do them every Monday. Usually I'm live Wednesdays and Saturdays. Today's a special show because I'm going on a bit of a vacation for the next couple of days, which I cannot fucking wait for. And yeah, Monday I'll review Forbidden Door, and then it's back to business as usual. So make sure you guys become a member. Consider checking out Patreon as well. Thank you guys very much. Okay, we have more news though. We ain't done. We ain't done. What do we do here? Yeah, we should fuck it. Fuck it, guys. Round of applause for me for crushing it with this fucking show, dude. Round of applause. Have you guys been having fun? It's been a great one. Watching SmackDown was cool too. We're getting into it, you guys know. We're just going full steam ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called the Sicko Segment. So Andrew Baydal is like the real war, and then he writes like a 7 fucking paragraph novel. Just kidding, I can't count. He says the majority of the IWC and reporters were so focused on the spectacle of which talent was moving where, who was jumping to WWE or AEW. Baydal, shut the fuck up. That's because that's what it was before. Don't talk in hindsight and go, but really the war was this thing that it is now after shit evolved, you dumb fuck. Ugh. They believe that this was the essence of the wrestling war. However, the real battle has been much quieter and has played out behind the scenes. God damn it. Such an irritating, like, obviously cringe thing to fucking say. It's obviously the shit's been going on behind the door. I'm not even reading this. Fuck you. I'm in a mood now. Adam Pierce says, as one that has been the cause of a pregnant woman, I indeed know when it is time to peace out. And then, yeah, people respond to it. They're like, what the fuck? And then Adam Pierce is like, because of the hormones, you virgins. So, yeah, just calling out wackos in the replies. So this dumb fuck, AEW Cero Miedo, goes, Tony Khan, have Danhausen come out each week and get absolutely squashed until his deal expires. And then this guy goes, please, Tony Khan. And then AEW Cero Miedo, make it happen, boss, at Tony Khan with a wink. A, Tony Khan probably does listen to a sicko like this. B, you call him boss and then call other people like pedophiles and shit when you're tonguing a dude's ass cheeks who don't even pay you, unless he does fucking pay you.
Shut up, bitch!
Because I truly believe they likely have people that are paid to have some of these sicko accounts, like Disney does it for fucking She-Hulk and stuff. So, yeah, but they just, bury Danhausen. Meanwhile, if I go search up Danhausen on that Redax Twitter, I bet we see him just glazing Danhausen for his time in AEW. So private gig, Shazza McKenzie posted this email she received. And she goes, sir, this is a Wendy's. But this guy emails her and says, private gig. Hello, my friend is a huge wrestling fan and he's turning 19 in month. And thought it might be fun to hire a wrestler to maybe surprise him in lingerie. We are based in Naperville. Would be 5 guys. What, like the fucking cheeseburger? Oh, cheeseburger. So you want don't at 5 guys, isn't it like nut oil or whatever? So you want some of this nut oil? Don't they like fry their fries in nut oil? Or am I just completely off base with that joke? I don't know. Anyways, fun to hire a wrestler to maybe surprise them in lingerie. We're based in Naperville. Would be 5 guys. Oh, so catering? Let me know if you're interested at all. I can pay for your travel and pay $5,000 for you in lingerie and a bonus $5,000 if you can go fully nude. That's crazy. But like more wrestling gals are gonna get this more and more and more, you know, and just women in general. As long as there's sugar baby websites and even just social media, there's guys who are like, who hit up chicks on Instagram and go, oh, like I'll give you $2,000 for feet pics and shit. There's people who do stuff like that. So yeah, I guess people are getting hit up. Some sickos, like instead of a stripper who I could just hit up and this is their literal job, we're fantasizing about some indie wrestlers, right? Here we go. So this is the Tyrese Halliburton thing. Oh yeah, I just didn't pull that out of here. We covered that with Elbu. So ex-WWE star Shelly Martinez calls out creepy fan for repeatedly sending topless pics. Okay, so Shelly Martinez, who I think is married to Frankie Kazarian, or am I wrong about that? I can't remember. She says, why do you keep sending me topless photos? Why? Why topless? Like, what's the thought behind it? Because at this point, I'm so effing curious why you do this. And the Twitter fan's bio didn't help the case either. It includes a bizarre and overly personal declaration that reads, I heart beautiful women and beautiful she-males. Yeah, the problem is that, like, these people who would walk around and like can't wipe their ass properly and, you know, probably work at like a can crushing plant and fucking just spend their days jerking off alone in their fucking apartments and shit. Like, now that they are on the internet now, so we get to all know about their fantasies and see them retweeting corn stars and fucking sending you pics, you know, of themselves topless. And obviously he's not jacked up and ripped, or she wouldn't mind it, I'm sure. But yeah, it's we live in a crazy society in 2025 with social media. So AEW is fully restored. So Wrestling Mark's like, I feel AEW have fully restored their reputation that was kind of torn to shreds in 2023. So you guys admit it's torn to shreds, and you admit I was right this whole fucking time. So Nicolo Piccolo says, I'm still laughing at this. Who, by the way, congrats, Nicolo Piccolo, for being named. He was named in some Newsweek or some shit. I forget what it was. He was named like one of the top sports executives. He was, I think, like in the top 10, I want to say, or 15. And so he says, I'm still laughing at this. Not even the first shift. Imagine putting this on your resume. Digital local news assignment desk, second shift. So yeah, Bethel. He has a Fox 19 WXIX full-time. LinkedIn helped me get this job. Ran websites, social media accounts, and assignment desk on second shift. Just say and assignment desk. An assignment desk on second shift. Jesus Christ. VJ Bethel's such a fucking I feel bad for him because he gets a ton of heat for doing shitty journalism. But at the same time, I don't. When you see what he tweets out about some of these wrestlers and shit, it's like, bro, stay in your fucking lane. So again, I tweeted this out. I'm like, fucking AEW fans. So here's a guy. This guy's name is the Sex Haver. Okay. And I just tweet this shit out about Drew and Rhodes are going to feud through fall at least. Hopefully the first of a few matches here. Because according to PWI, you know, the main event for WrestlePalooza, we're going to get Brock Cena and we're going to get Rhodes and Drew, right? And so, and then, yeah, of course, I just blocked this Sex Haver who just responded to me saying, what did they say? I'm going to gently drag my balls across your face. Which is like, cool, you know, but get to know me first, bro. Goddamn. And then, yeah, I just clicked on his account. The first thing I saw, the literal first thing you see is this person, make white babies, with like an AI Yahtzee queen. Is that even allowed on Grok? Can you just put swastikas on shit? It's fucking crazy. And then he's saying like, I will grape you to people. And then, I don't know, just a wrestling sicko. And then I will come in you. So the dude just like spends his day responding to people who talk about wrestling, just saying like borderline grapey shit. And so I don't know. I put it in the sicko segment, but he's like very pro AEW, you can see. But the first thing was like a Yahtzee queen. And it's just like, what the fuck, man? So I wrote fucking AEW fans, SMH. Anyways, though. So this Jax guy responds to Saraya. She gets in a sicko battle arguing with this fucking guy. And it's like, aren't you a millionaire? Like, ignore him. And so here we go, man. There's a lot of like, she's going back and forth with sickos, right? And so this Boogie Night person wrote, previous post deleted without all information. It's hard to not jump to conclusions on some things. So firstly, I do want to apologize to @Saraya for my previous post. It was posted out of anger and frustration. And I sincerely hope your doggo gets better, but I will add this. And it still may come off as being a dick, but from the eyes of an attendee of said show, this was a bad look, even though it wasn't meant to look like that. I understand having to get out when shit is rough, and much like anything else in the world of social media, if there was no one there to take a candid shot of you, no one would have been the wiser. So again, I do apologize to Saraya and her family for being a righteous bag of dicks. So what exactly happened? Like, her dog was sick. or I don't know what happened, but she got attacked for her decision she made with a dog or something. Okay, maybe chat can shed some light on that. I'm actually not sure the ins and outs of it, but she says like, thank you so much for apologizing. Takes a lot to do that. I understand the frustration because it's money spent to see someone and there's no proof. Oh, right. Sorry. She canceled some like cons appearances or whatever the fuck I think it was, right? Because her dog's sick and a bunch of people jumped on her for canceling and like big dogging, I think is what it was, right? And so she says, but I promise to you and anyone I do not cancel unless something very serious is going on. Thank you so much. Hopefully I can have a redo in Newark soon. My apologies. And she's like, thanks for apologizing. It takes a lot to do that. And then this guy goes, you celebrities hawk your shit expecting fans to pay exorbitant prices to make sure you can maintain your lifestyle. My lifestyle, living in light, living in light, beginning. And then he says, then turn around and shame fans for feeling a certain way or asking for autographs. Sad what happened to your dog, but fans can feel upset for cancellation. And then she says, you can absolutely be frustrated, but to make TikTok videos, harass me, call me awful names because I decided to stay home with my extremely sick dog who was rushed to the emergency room is uncalled for. I'm really great with my fans and to try and make a meet and greet experience as a fun time for them. When I see fans out of M&Gs in the streets, I sign anything they want, take pictures, talk with them. And that's why my meet and greets do so well, because I fucking love my fans. They know that, but that doesn't give anyone the right to berate me and be cruel. It's not shaming. I was proving why this all happened. I was once again shamed, or I was the one getting shamed. This is a shitty take. And then she says, what's shitty? Or this guy says, what's shitty about it? Never said anything disrespectful, and it's sad. And said it's sad what happened to your dog, but you talking down to original poster wasn't necessary. Fans that support you will be back and they can feel, okay, whatever, bro. He's just getting attention, though, so he's going to keep it going. And then she goes, dude, shut the absolute fuck up. Yeah, that's where I was, too, at the end of that. I was like, okay, bro, like, it's breezing past what she's saying, though, right? And it is, like, if someone's talking shit to you, you're allowed to be a dick back. If they're allowed to be a dick to you, you're allowed to be a dick back. It doesn't matter if she's like, well, my dog was sick or not. It doesn't matter if she justifies it or not. It doesn't matter if she's in the right or not. You know? This guy says there's a stack of these dorks posting the exact same thing. So again, these fucking bot accounts, like, they all have me pre-blocked and they're all fucking posting this beep boop beep shit. Obsessional wrestling. WWE could offer me money to watch their slop and I'd still spend $50 to watch All Out instead. Anti-WWE at Protect Tony Khan. WWE could offer me money to watch their slop and I'd still spend $50 to watch All Out. So what this is it's completely shameless, like, people who have, so this is one person, like, this is the same person who are utterly shameless, who has 5 accounts just hating on WWE, and then they'll just copy and paste tweet the same shit, or they're all like in a group together getting DMs of, hey, we're gonna like hump each other and retweet each other and we're gonna all tweet out the same shit. That's all this is, right? And we see it all the time. So we have news here. Aaron Loves Wrestling ALW podcast, who is just an utter disingenuous cringe lord. He's like, I love how AEW lives rent-free in Cody's head. You're the WWE champion, bro. You're supposed to be the face of WWE. Cody's not. Roman Reigns is. How about you focus on being a good champion and stop talking about AEW? And this is a guy who just tongues balls, and then at the end he just goes, oh, well, like, he'll just tongue AEW's balls, then be like, oh, but I just want all wrestling to do good. And then he just says this shit. But then he doesn't keep the same energy when AEW motherfuckers are literally obsessing over WWE for a long time as well. But I get it. They're all backed into a corner right now. It's like these motherfuckers who are like, I'm not a journalist. It's like, okay, but you interview and break news and do all this shit. You're that thing. You know, so when this motherfucker goes, I just love all wrestling, but then you tongue one, you feed into the tribalism. That's what you're doing with shit like this. It's not like keeping it real, because this is a totally retarded take. Like, everybody understands this is, you keep talking about AEW. Yeah, he helped invent it. Right? And there's a bunch of assholes like you trying to undermine him. And he knows this book's coming out. And he knows what I said was fucking true on my Twitter. Cody Rhodes does. When I tweeted out, this story's such bullshit that they're coming out with, this AEW book. It's a story. It's what it is, a fictional fucking tale, because it's going to leave out Rhodes. It's going to leave out Punk. They're not going to get quotes from them from anything post them leaving the fucking company. It's just straight up going to be rewriting history. They'll talk about the good shit Rhodes did. They'll talk about how he tanked their shit. And then when he left the company, it was good terms. Like, I'm not even saying they're going to bury him. I'm not saying he's not going to be in it at all, but he knows. I guarantee Rhodes has heard about what is rumored to be in this book. And it's not going to be, it's just going to be one of these fake, like, Ultimate Warrior documentaries. Not a hit piece. I don't mean it. That's not the right call. Just one of these WWE rewrite our own history shits. That's what AEW is going to do. And no one's going to keep the same energy. They're not going to cry about it. Dave's not going to point out historical inaccuracies, Brian. He's going to be like, this book is really good. You know, he's not even going to read it. He's going to be like, it's really good, Brian. And, yeah, if this guy loves AEW so much and loves all wrestling, then why does he just not shut the fuck up? And this is coming off of the same day where Adam Page showed up on a train in London or in wherever the fuck they were, Scotland or whatever, like clearly taking a shot at Punk for the whole train and the travel issue. So who's really in whose heads, man? So Dustin Rhodes had this to say, and he goes, Twitter, as I call it, is really getting bad. People out here threatening people's lives and such. Yeah, way worse from the AEW side. Way worse. Objectively way worse. Just ridiculous. People who have serious mental health issues, more and more every day. And we have to better ourselves as humans. Yeah, you mean like the people in the cults, like you mean the robots who we just showed copy and pasting the same tweets. You mean the guy with AEW in his name who fucking spent a day talking shit to a bunch of people, then blocking them, and then they blocked him, so then he screen grabbed it all. Think about how fucking mentally sick you even have to be to think to do that in your day. And then he goes, all these people blocked me. That's like the most diehard AEW fan there is, bro. Heel Uzi just goes, daily reminder, AEW sucks dick, haha. Like, that is very tame compared to what a lot of these motherfuckers have to deal with. But he goes, we have to better ourselves as humans. Mental health truly matters, kids, men, and women alike. Yeah, I agree. Indie wrestler David Joseph Mabry arrested again for sending photos to underage girls. You sick son of a bitch. You sick bastard. So the veteran Jack Vaughn posted this. He said, if this is a real comment, the fact that there are people out there that think this is wild. I quote tweeted this and I was like, what a fucking mark. And so again, Meltzer, dude, remember when he said Mark and the N-word, both derogatory? My new name's Phil N-words, guys. Both demeaning terms inside wrestling. Mark and N-word both used similarly in that era. I don't think in that era people were calling Teddy Long Mark. And I don't think if they did, it would have hurt his feelings as bad as I'm sure the other word that they were using. Meanwhile, Dave's the one who, those people, Brian, Cuervo, just adding frivolous hard R's to shit. Dave, the arbiter of, you know. But this guy here, this commenter somewhere, says, if you can't call a gay person by a derogatory term, and he wrote by B-U-Y. So dumb, he's making his job harder. If you can't call a gay person by a derogatory term, well, you can, dude. You can. It's not like you can't, just you might get punched in the fucking mouth, you know? Or any other demographic of people. And it's just the truth. Like, you can. It's just someone might take it up or someone might talk fucking shit to you back. Like, what do What are you saying? Or any other demographic of people by a derogatory term. What makes you think that you can call a bunch of wrestling fans a mark? So, like, this is the problem, right? Homophobic slurs or racial slurs or epithets aren't on the same level as, hey, dude, you're a dumbass. Hey, dude, go fuck yourself. Hey, man, that's shitty. Hey, dude, you're a mark. Hey, man, you know what I mean? Like, that's just, you're a D1 Glazer, you know? That's nothing on the same level. So to me, it's kind of cringe to even compare that. I find the term to be offensive and derogatory, and the only acceptable use is when somebody is calling me by name. Otherwise, shut up. All right. And yeah, Dave Meltzer is along those same lines. Here, I'm going to check in because this next one's juicy. Strap in. This one's fucked, and I bet you guys didn't see. I don't know if a lot of people are talking about this. 626 for 2 says $2 of my salary from a can crushing plant. Haha. Damn, dude, that's awesome. If they were you work for one, I meant no disrespect. Just in Canada, like we can bring in our recyclables, right? And then you get money for them. So you crush cans, you clean them out, your milk jugs, all that shit. And then you fucking crush them, you bring them to the plant, and they'll give you money for them, right? And so the people who work at these plants in Canada are handicapped. No, not like they are mentally, some of them retarded, literally, right? So I'm not trying to be rude about that, right? I'm just explaining what it is. So that's who works at these places. So I was just kidding. If I don't know how it works in America, okay? I don't know if that's just like a job people do, but I'm probably getting canceled right now. No, I'm just being honest, guys. That's all I can fucking do. So Hank Garfield for 5 says, I am entertained. Good. You spelled entertained wrong. But good. I'm glad because this might be the last show on YouTube. No. 626 for 2 says bisexual equals AEW fans. They said bi to sex. Bisexual. They said bi to sex a long time ago. Oh, where's my snare? Someone get me a snare quick. I'm dying. That's a good one. They said bi to sex a long time ago. Damn, that's a good one, man. We save our cans here and throw them at people. Oh man, that is funny. Autocorrect. Phil, I'm not trying to be rude, but you're a redact. Exactly. I gotta watch it. I cuss like a sailor. It's how I was raised. Our can crushing plant is where Jake Paul gets his opponents from. Another good one, dude. Jugs. No, but for real, this can crushing plant hiring now? What have you heard? I don't care if it hurts your feelings. Yeah, fuck it. So his name is Mark? Yeah, what happens if someone's name is Mark? You know? Well, that's different. It's like that football player, and I'm literally not even going to chance saying his name because I will not. You guys saw it. His name's Knigga, and he's like a white boy, but his neck is red. He puts Miracle Whip on his Wonder Bread, right? And he is like a standout college athlete, and he's fucking. It's like, how do people say his name? What are they gonna say? Like, how are the commentary gonna do commentary selling merch and shit? It's pretty wild, you know. So, yeah, I ain't even gonna touch that. I wouldn't touch that one with a 10-foot pole. Surely you have a joke for that one. I don't, and don't call me Shirley. I'm redacted. Yeah, I'm restarted, dude. So you can't get fucking offended by it. 626 equals Don Rickles. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Okay, let's get back into it. We have a juicy one. This one's fucking juicy, man. Came out of left field. I don't know if anyone's even talking about this, right? So Jordan Grace on NXT, she beats up. Let me chug some water, okay? Mentally insufficient. Is that what I should have said? That's worse. That's fucking worse, in my opinion. I don't know. Anyways. Deficient. I don't know if that's right, dude. They can read books and shit. They count the fucking cans and do the math and give you the money. I mean, it's not that bad. No. So anyways, guys, this is a very special sicko. I don't even actually, maybe this should have been miscellaneous news, but I just put it in the fucking sicko segment. So let's give another for this section here. This is wild. So Jordan Grace, man, she beats up all these dudes, right? And you know, she's done this a couple times. And fadeaway media is like, Jordan Grace cooked these grown men. The last dude ran for his life, right? It was on NXT. So PWP Nation goes, Jordan Grace is one of the most overrated professional wrestlers I've ever seen in my life. Not only that, she's awful in real life. Some of her conduct online over the years has been awful, and some of the stories I've heard even worse. Now, I'm going to be perfectly honest. I've never heard any fucking stories, but I don't know every good goddamn thing, right? Like, people aren't just hitting me up telling me slandering fucking wrestlers or anything like that. And I think I got my fingers on the pulse of what's going on a little bit, right? And I mean, I've never heard shit about Jordan Grace other than just online. People are like, she tweets out dumb shit, you know, people don't like her, blah, 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 right? You just hear the same chatter. We've covered some of it on the show. I'm a fan. I like Jonathan Gresham. I've advocated for both of them for a long time. And so this is crazy to read all this. I was like, holy shit. So this dude's like, you know, she's terrible. I've heard worse stories. She's awful in real life and she's overrated, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So then Michael Elgin, who recently we talked about on PWT, because he he alleged a bunch of stuff, or he's got receipts according to some, but he did prove, I guess, that they investigated Scott D'Amore and Don Callis for, you know, Don Callis was allegedly, I'm not saying this is South Park, right? This is dumb fuck hour where we're just having fun and playing flutes. But this is what other people say, that, you know, Don Callis possibly SH'd or along these lines Scarlett Bordeaux, or she interpreted it that way or whatever the fuck, right? I've heard rumors. The rumors are like people have brought up Scott D'Amore. Jim Cornette and Brian Last have alluded to shit. Apparently Scott D'Amore, you know, he's I've heard egregious shit of like, you know, he's sleeping with talent and they asked him to stop, and that's not, you know, he wasn't a creep, but he's sleeping with talent and they asked him to stop. It's unprofessional, and that's why he doesn't work for TNA there or anymore or whatever. And but I've heard from, I'd say, people who fucking worked in TNA that he just put a money offer down and was like, I'll run this shit if you guys want me to, type shit. And that's more what it was. So I'm more inclined to believe that part, because I don't know about who he dated. I thought he was dating Giselle Shaw for like a long period of time. So again, this is all hot goss. This is the tea, right? This is girl time here, what we're talking about. But Michael Elgin has been exposing Scott D'Amore and Don Callis, essentially. We covered that all. That's a summation of what's, again, I'm just throwing accusations at D'Amore and shit. I apologize. I'm a big fan. I'm a Canuck dude, so I don't know about any of this. It's just what's being thrown around, right? So I'm just trying to break it down, give everyone the full context so they can discern what to think for themselves. Michael Elgin, of course, has been caught up in a bunch of controversies over the year. He feels, and some people online feel, as though he's vindicated himself by dropping receipts recently for the Don Callis, Scott D'Amore, TNA firing stuff I brought up. But hey, man, you've gotten in trouble a handful of times, seemingly. You know, so is this an isolated incident? Is this the one time you're like, I swear I can prove this one? I don't know. I don't know the guy, right? But Michael Elgin, man, he responded to this and he just exposed Jordan Grace. Or again, I don't know if this is like an exposing, because like I don't know Jordan Grace and her personal ins and outs of her fucking life, so I don't know. But she responded to this as well and was like, this is one of the most egregious things anyone's ever made up about me. And I think her post must have been deleted or something. I'll look it up on the other screen, unless I just didn't bookmark it correctly, because what the fuck? I have to check it out because her tweet was deleted, I think, maybe, but she had quote tweeted this and said, this is one of the most disgusting things, or like, this is one of the most insane things anyone's ever made up about me in my fucking life. And she may have just deleted it again, because why would she lend credence to it if it is bullshit? Like, why would she let more people know? Like, a bunch of people probably didn't even know about it, that now that she's on WWE TV, and I'm sure WWE may have hit her up like, hey, we're partners with TNA, like, don't even acknowledge this shit, there's no point in even acknowledging any of it. Yeah, I'm scrolling her feed as I bibble and babble, and I do not see it. She must have absolutely been talked to, or just had a second thought, because all it does is bring attention to TNA and yourself in a negative light, in a way that people wouldn't even know about this shit if she didn't bring it up. I guess I'm an asshole bringing it up right now. I guess it's weird I'm talking about all this shit right now, but so what we do, I guess. Yeah, so she deleted it. I'm doom scrolling and I don't see a fucking thing. So she responded and so it's one of these graveyard fucking posts that I can't read anymore, right? So she was like, this is one of the fucking kookiest things anybody's ever made up about me. So she went public and claimed, you can take my word for it, I'm sure someone screen grabbed it or something. But anyways, Michael Elgin responds to that tweet that we read before about this guy, like, oh, she's terrible, fuck Jordan Grace. He goes, not just online. And then PWP Nation says, I've heard some gross and terrible stories about how she treats people. Okay, we're hearing tales, possibly telling tales out of turn. And so he says, he just fucking lays it on the line. Michael Elgin goes, and look, man, 1 like, 917 views. Like, no one's talking about this. I'm sorry if I'm blowing this up more. I'm sorry, Jordan. I am a fucking fan, goddammit. But he goes, well, she pulled many things while in STL. Now, chat, I'm assuming that means St. Louis. What does STL mean in America? St. Louis? Or is that like a Fed I don't know about? To me, when I see STL, I'm assuming St. Louis. So he says, I hope she's grown out of immature behavior, but it was also sad at the time. Or it was also said at the time, rather. She moved out of Texas due to many of the same issues she had caused in STL, which sucks. She clearly works hard at her craft. Somehow the worst of people gets a pass. Well, wait, though, Michael, hold on. You fucking are throwing stones and you're the same guy going, oh, vindication, and fucking people made shit up about me. Unfortunately, somehow the worst of people get a pass. Michael, again, guy, not like, I don't know the ins and outs. I didn't study your case. I looked it up a little bit last time because I wanted some insight on the fucking TNA thing. But like, haven't you gotten in shit too, bro? Like, what the fuck, man? Just throwing stones and I don't know, whatever. What did she do? This guy asks, some random mark. That's like the N-word. And so PWP Nation says, the stuff I heard was mostly from her younger days as well, although her online conduct towards fans has been repulsive to say the least. What has she done that's super repulsive to fans? Am I missing something? What did she do? Did she say shit on Chris Benoit or something? I'm legitimately not familiar. I remember she pissed people off with like a Chris Benoit tweet or something. I don't know. Something about dogs or something. I don't know. Or was that Saraya? And then Michael Elgin lays it all on the line. He goes, yeah, it's hard to say for sure. I didn't hear about the Texas issues until what she pulled with me. From what was said, she basically had to leave Texas to find work. For me, though, she told a section of people in Chicago that she slept with me and Kingston together. In brackets, gay. Oh, really, Jia? Touch tips? No, I'm just joking. But Kingston, like, you know, who? Kofi? Eddie? Jesus. She told a section of people in Chicago that she slept with me in Kingston together. Then, and this is the one that Jordan quote tweeted. And then she told people in St. Louis I had heat with her because she wouldn't sleep with me. Okay. I had to call around to try and confront her because I didn't hear about it until my then wife heard about it. Finally, she was at a promoter's house, and the promoter called me, said she only said it was as a joke. My marriage was never really the same after that. God damn. And so this dude's like, that's wild because one of the things I've heard is that she is into multiple men at the same time. Bro. And has put wrestlers in precarious situations in the past due to this lifestyle. My lifestyle, living it up, giving it up, beginning. I don't know, though. All rumors and innuendo. It's crazy to, like, talk about who people are fucking publicly when you don't even know them, really. It's such, like, a hot, gossy girl team tea time, girls' locker room, fucking National Enquirer type thing, in my opinion. I don't know. And I also heard, and then he responds to himself. And I also heard she had an issue with soap and showering before matches or something. But again, just something I heard from a good friend. Not sure if true. So we get an update. Holy fuck, man. We're going to be here all night, bruv. Holy shit, dude. Strap in. God damn it. I needed more coffee. Fuck beings. I'm supposed to be packing. No. So, just a quick one. This guy goes, what the fuck? Who jokes around with that type of thing? That's crazy and lame of her. And then Elgin says, yeah, like it said, it strained my marriage badly at the time. Was real lame and shitty. And so Jordan she tweeted a thing out, then she deleted her tweet. And then, which is news to the show, I legit did not know. If you guys are on X, come and subscribe to my channel, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, and become a member for 99 cents. You get access to my Monday bonus shows that we jumped into tons of juice last time as well. So Michael Elgin, dude, he wrote this novel, and I didn't know this. This is breaking news to me as well. I read through the rest of the shit before, but so she deletes her tweet, right? And then I guess she jumps in his inbox chat, okay? I'm telling you guys like I knew before, right? Right? So follow me here. You guys ready for these twists and turns? So Elgin says, so since she jumped in my inbox saying I was generic and all the other insults people say, is Mike Elgin generic of a wrestler? I remember him with Brian Cage, and they did come across as like two generic muscly guys to me. But that's really the extent that I remember of him. I did watch TNA when he was there for a bit, but I wasn't like overly interested. I think he was world champion, you know? But anyways, he says, so first, go watch her first year or so in Impact. People used to ask me if I trained her because she wrestled exactly like me. Okay. And I'll be honest, if Jordan Grace was a dude and just a body guy, yeah, she would be shit on. She wouldn't get a fucking shot. They would bury the shit out of her. Just a body guy. Ridge Holland. How does he even have a job? Dexter. What's that guy's name? Dexter Boogs? Rick Boogs. Oh, Dexter Loomis. And then Rick Boogs. Yeah, sorry. I was putting two Dexter Lugs, right? I'm combining two names. So how does Rick Boogs have a job? et cetera, right? And so if Jordan was a dude, I'll give you this one. And I'm not siding with Mike Elgin here on any of the rest of this rant, but I'm not even saying he's saying this, but I'll give them this. I'll give whoever the imaginary person I'm talking to in my mind. She would be not as far along as she is if she was a dude, 100%. But because she's a woman and she's like big, thick mama pump, that does make her stand out. And that's awesome. I'm not saying like, I just think like her gimmick and her size and her look have gotten her further along because it's so unique for women. You know, like if she was a dude, just being like a Buff Bagwell type motherfucker ain't gonna get you. Well, maybe back in the day it did, but these days I don't know. Anyways, not trying to shit on her. But anyways, here's the full story. She said she never said one part, but Miss Natural told my ex-wife, and Danny Daniels of AAW asked me about it. In 2014, I opened my wrestling school. A reporter from Chicago came down to St. Louis to write a story about the school he wanted to train for a week. I had messaged the St. Louis Anarchy guys to see if anyone could come help because I wanted to be able to see how he was doing, because when you're taking a hip toss or mocking up, you can tell how it feels but not looks. So they sent Grace. I barely knew her. So Jordan Grace. I would hold open ring when I could for free just to help out the scene, and she would come with Davey Vega and company. After she helped for the day, and by the way, she was very helpful. She was very helpful in the back. Oh, no. I paid her $40 and said, I know that's not a lot, but if you see a show, I'm on that. I am likely driving to. If a spot is open in the car, you're welcome if you ask. She ended up taking one trip, and well, I'll explain why. I drove up to the AAW and Dreamwave double shot. Paco, my student, and Grace, we did AEW. Then I shared a room with Kingston. Grace and Paco were with me. Kingston said it was all good for them to be in the room. The next day we went to Dreamwave, and as I was leaving, Jay asked me if I knew much about Grace. I said no and explained how she helped out and so on. He told me that there was some inappropriate stuff in an email she sent to him for a booking inquiry. Something he said other promoters had also mentioned to him. I can't confirm others, only what was said to me. On the drive home, I just said to her, hey, this is what Jay said. He didn't tell me what, and just said that if there was something that could be interpreted wrong in her emails, think about making some changes. Up to this point, nothing was ever disrespectful or gave me a bad vibe. So he had a talking to her about her, nothing but nice, respectful, and helpful. About 3 weeks later, my ex-wife confronted me asking if I had, she showed me the text from Miss Natural. I immediately contacted everyone I knew in the St. Louis area, and I wanted to find out why someone would say that. When I spoke with Jake Parnell and the Hooligans, they told me they never heard that, but that she told them I had heat with her because she wouldn't sleep with me. Maybe a few days later, after I told promoters I don't care if you book her, but she will not be riding with me. A promoter called me as she was staying at his house. She was yelling from the background. I was just joking around with Parnell and Hooligans. I said that's not a joke to say when my wife is friends with the owner of the school and those guys stop in. Later, more people at AEW would say they heard me and Kingston slept with her. She claims she never said the thing about me and Kingston. Maybe she's being honest. The only thing I say not is ask around, and she used to say this in Texas all the time while she was underage. Finally, people got mad enough that she couldn't get booked and moved to St. Louis. Now, I admit she was young then and people make mistakes, but the fact is I put up with the bullshit for 5 years after that because my ex-wife believed I had cheated. For anyone looking, I'm not saying anything for attention. I'm not playing along with your games anymore. I also don't speak unless I have proof. Number 2, I believe she has become a damn good performer and genuinely happy she succeeded, got in great shape and gets over with the audiences. I assume she's grown up. Until then, inbox insults because she didn't like the truth out there. I'm not the only one with a similar story to this. Again, I doubt she would be where she's at had she not matured. Nonetheless, That's the story. And if you find someone who's not afraid to take a stand, everybody take my hand, to speak up out of fear, it could block them from a chance with NXT because she's there. You'll hear similar stories. I don't know, like, if he's I'll tell you guys this. I don't think he's psychotic enough to, like, make all of that up. Now, some people are just delusional narcissists who just make shit up. I don't know. I don't study him closely like I do Dave Meltzer. But it seems very just like a personal situation. And if he did, maybe, like, she had a crush on him, and then maybe it turned into, like, she did start some drama or say some shit. Who fucking knows? I mean, people have done that. We've all met girls in our lives who would, typically it's more of like a high school thing. He's saying she was young at the time. So we all had girls in our friend circle, or heard about, or your, girlfriend has a girl in their friend circle who just does shit like this and makes shit up and says crazy shit and stuff. It's incredibly unfortunate. He's just airing her out. Maybe it's untrue. I would love to see these fucking insults. I would love to see them. But yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to make of it until Jordan responds, or if she's gonna respond or doesn't or whatever, I guess. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that I don't believe, I'll just put it this way. I don't believe either way. Like, you know what I mean? I don't believe that she was, like, fucking up people's lives till I guess I see her have more proof. You know what I mean? That was sicko segment. Okay, guys, we went for 4.5 hours. I was going to make fun of Dave, but literally there's like 2 or 3 things. We'll just save it for the Monday show. So get a membership. Make sure you do that. I'm going on a vacation for once, dude. I can't fucking wait. And yeah, I'll be back in time for Monday's member show. And yeah, I had an absolute blast. I thought this show was fucking phenomenal. Friday shows are epic, dude. Fat Factor for 5 says, comes across like he's doing the whole faux redemption arc thing. Look at me, I've changed. I was the victim all along. Yeah, it seems like that a little bit. And he is like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to say shit unless I have proof, blah, 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 blah. Well, here we go, dog. It is time to prove, I guess. And I'm not sitting here saying I side with anyone in particular. I'm just here reading the fucking facts, and or not even the facts, I guess, just what people have put out there. And it's unfortunate Jordan deleted her tweet and then fucking went out and started talking shit to him. It's like, but I do get why she deleted it. Like, it just sheds bad light, and they're like, Mike Elgin's seemingly blackballed and shit. So blackballed. George Capture for 10 says, for vacation, enjoy. Dude, thank you so fucking much, man. I really will. I will buy a beer. And round of applause for the PWT universe and me for crushing it. More like a gaycation. Yeah. Totally. I'm going to a spa. It is kind of gay. I must. 626 for 626 says, bye, Mrs. Marks Amarg. Will do, my good friend. Will do. Or maybe a Caesar. We like getting the Caesars with all the works, where they put like bacon and a pickle and fucking a pepper and a fucking, thank you so much, 626. I appreciate all of you guys. This is the best show ever. Chat's the fucking goated. Goat for chat. Guys, Monday member show. Wednesday, I'm live. Saturday next week, we'll be back to normal. If there's any PLEs on a kooky day, we'll discuss doing them. I bid you adieu. Wish me luck. Tornado passed over. And now it's all sunny and nice, and I'm headed to the beach. I will be getting uber drunk, and I will be live tweeting some shit probably about Forbidden Door, but I'll review it on Monday. Appreciate you all. I have some cool shows coming up in the near future too, more wrestlers and other cool guests you guys are going to want to hear from. Run those fucking likes up. Until next time, I will see you in the upside down, and I bid you adieu. Be good to each other. Don't be fucking sickos airing each other's laundry out. You know what I'm saying? See you in the upside down, guys. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
Know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.